And it's going to be Peters now. He's into ball to Northern Lake, and Lake is trying to heave but can't make contact there. That one was outside the line of the off stump, and he was trying to go over the mid wicket or wide long on region. Wasn't quite able to make contact, and in the end, it's a dot ball. It's going to be Sherwin Peters as now the deep cover comes into the circle and long on is put into place. It's right going down to the long on boundary as it's Sherwin Peters into Bolton Order Lake, and Lake is opening the face, trying to guide it past point. Can only find Captain Ashon Hodge. It will be no runner. Good over thus far by Peters, just one coming off of it so far. 39-39 without loss, the score in the course of over number 6. They are going at just above 6 runs and over as Peters turns at the top of his mark. Past the umpire now into Bolton Order Lake, and Lake is trying to heave, doesn't make good contact, but it will fall into no man's land just behind, just beyond the reach of the short mid-wicket fielder. He will get a single, but yet again a risky stroke by Northern Lake, but he survives. He's on to 23 is Northern Lake. Not been the most convincing 23, but 23 nonetheless. As here comes Sherwin Peters. Into ball to Tariq Newman. This delivery, Newman is opening the face and driving behind point. Ooh, that's an elegant stroke by Tariq Newman. Just opening the face behind the deep cover fielder. He will get 4 runs, and it will be a no ball and the free hit. Ooh, that's naughty Sherwin Peters. He overstepped, and could this be the chance that Tariq Newman really needs to break out of his shell and become the free-flowing player that we know he can be? Score is on to 45 now, I believe. Score 45. 46 actually, I've been corrected. 46. As it will be Peters. Free hit to Newman. Slow ball, Newman. He got a lot of that one, but it remained along the ground. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the gap. It was straight to the mid-on fielder and Akeem Charles, and that will be the end of the over. And at the end of 6, the Pointers won the toss, chose the bat. They are 46 without loss.
A very good over there, except for the no ball from Peters, and we saw there that Lake been trying to heave and heave and heave, and he misses all the time. But I think what he was trying to do is to make sure that this was the last of the overs where you have the fielders outside the circle. So now you'll have to extend the men outside the circle. You can extend, I think, 5 or 6 men outside of the circle. But all in all, it's a very good start here for the Pointers, coming up against Razor Massive. And we notice I've seen some good slug sweep here from the batsman there, Northern Lake. Very, very good with that slug sweep.
Yes, he's very good behind square. That's his preferred region, behind square, behind point. Likes to cut, likes to pull, likes to sweep. That's his strong region. We will have a change in bowling this time from the Polyclinic, and it seems to be Akeem Charles will be taking up the attack. So they continue spin from one end, the pace from the other. As Akeem Charles, he will be bowling over the wicket, his right arm off spin. We've seen him previously as the West Indies, they've consolidated well. They are 209 for 4. Blackwood and Myers putting on a good partnership. Blackwood 26, Myers scoring quickly. He's on 42. They've rebuilt well after a mini collapse just before lunch where we saw Reefer and Bonner fall very quickly. Charles into ball to Northern Lake, and Lake is again sweeping behind the square. This time the fielder will come across and clean up. It will be Peters, so they get just a single. Lake is on to 24. It's a 47 without loss. As Charles will now have to bowl to the left-hander in Tariq Newman. The field shifts over. deep cover, long off, long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. The men out of the circle. Charles around the wicket to Newman. Oh, that's good turn. He's getting good turn and bounce off the surface. He has a very good action as Akeem Charles. He stays very upright, so he gets a lot of bounce off of the surface. And that can prove tricky for batsmen to deal with. Charles again to bowl to Newman. Newman again forced to go back, push into the gap, and he will get a quick single.
What I observe here too, Doc, is that sometimes Nordell is slow in getting off the mark. I saw at one stage that he was ball watching. I mean, the batsman call you. Yes, it's in front of him, so he can afford to call you. He has the ball, the shot under his control with the ball. So therefore, all you have to do is respond.
Field changes over to the opposite side, but still the same field. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. Still around the wicket is Charles to the right-hander and Lake, who's heaving. This is going to be just short of showing Peters there. Deep backward square, risky shot, but in the end it's just a single. Moving on by one is Nordell Lake. He's 25. Scores on by 1 to 49. 49 without loss. They are approaching the 50-run partnership. And it's Charles into ball to a Newman. And Newman is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Appeal goes up for a stumping by wicketkeeper Solomon Gokaran, but it is going to be not out, says the umpire there at point. It's good bowling by Charles, and it's good to see Solomon Gokaran back out for the Razor Massives. A very good young wicket keeper, and he's been in and around the Leeward Islands setup. Leeward Islands underage setup for a while. Good to see him back out. The point umpire moves back into place. Stumps are replaced. Charles into ball to Newman. Newman is going to edge this one off the outside edge, just past the short point fielder. They will get a single. Right sends the throw into Gokaran. It will be just a single to end over number 7. And at the end of 7, the 50 partnership has been raised. It's 50 without loss.
A very good over there from the spinner, and we saw he beat it, the batsman there twice, and he's getting some very, very good bounce there. So the bats, especially across the left-hand batter, and also the Razor Massive, the feeling is not bad at all. We saw one day that was struck in there, had the fielder been moving and possibly could have made it in a catch, but he did not. He stood his ground and the ball was just stop in front of him. But all in all, so far, very good batting here by the pointers. 50 without loss from 7 overs. Average over 7 runs, 7.001 runs per over.
Yes, and we know that we still have some good bowling left in Kenroy David. He usually comes in at the death and he bowls all 4 of his overs at the back end of the innings. It's going to be Peters to continue now. To the left-hander in Newman. Newman is driving towards mid-off. He'll get a single. Good quick running there by Newman. He is on to a 17. Lake is 25. The score is 51. A 51 for no loss. Steady start by the pointers opening pair. As now I have both the mid-off and mid-on quarter, well, 3/4 of the way back. Not quite on the boundary, just 3/4 of the way there. And now mid-off is being brought just a bit closer.
And Northern Lake will have to be careful because he's heaving. He's heaving instead of playing the big shot. He's just trying to heave.
Peters into ball to Lake, and Lake again trying to heave, getting a bottom edge. Newman could be in trouble, but it is going to be a no ball called and signaled, and a free hit. Once again, naughty from Sherwin Peters, overstepping once again. It is going to be a free hit.
And Doc, if you observe what happened, what took place just a while ago, that the batter at this end, Newman, he was halfway down the pitch. And the guy there trying to run him out, but unfortunately the ball missed.
Yes,
backing up too far.
He got caught ball watching there halfway down the wicket, had to recover quickly, and as Sean Hodge hit the stumps, he would have certainly been gone. This time Northern Lake will be facing the free hit. Peters into Bolton Northern Lake. Lake is across, getting a leaning edge with it falls safely. It would have been not out anyway because it was a free hit, but another good free hit delivery from Sherwin Peters.
Yes, Northern Lake should have been coming forward and just get the ball straight, but he tried to cross, as we see that he's doing all the time.
Again, Northern Lake loves to play behind point and behind square. He's trying to come across and tuck it behind the square past the short fine leg fielder. And the aim did not succeed. It's a deep third man, a deep square leg, long on, mid off halfway back, and a deep cover. As Peters is into Lake, and the slower ball deceives him completely. Again, trying to tug it from outside the line of the off stump, and unable to make contact.
Yes, Peters seemed to have the batsman thinking where the deliveries will be pitched. And that one was just outside the off stump, and as you mentioned, trying to tug everything into the onside.
So a lot of T20 cricket is about deception in your bowling. Peters sees a wily bowler. Here comes Peters. This one wrapping him on the pads, and he will be given LBW. He was caught once again trying to come across the line of the off stump and tuck it behind the square. This time he did not make contact. It was a full delivery by Peters on the line of the stumps, and the Northern Lake sojourn comes to an end. He is gone for 25 LBW Peters, and it is 52 for 1.
A very good delivery, that one there from Peters. Saw Northern Lake coming across and gave that ball was a fuller length right up in the block hole, and he was trying to get across. As we mentioned earlier, he's an onside player, well, behind square player, and he missed completely. And from our viewpoint here, that would have shattered the stumps.
Well, it's going to be Garvey Lake, the new batsman. Usually would come in later in the innings and try to kick things on, really, but he's been brought up earlier with, I guess, the plan being to continue accelerating the run rate to because as we know, as the pitch dries out, it becomes more difficult to bat on. So I think the plan is to score as much runs as you can early in hopes that you can set a big enough target that it becomes even harder to bat on in the second innings.
And also we observe here that the last match, the Razor Massive without the services of Ashawn Hodge and Bokaran. So Bokaran is back now, so it's strengthened their batting.
As well as Kishon Richardson, he was out as well, and he usually opens the batting for the Razor Massives. He is back as well, so their batting lineup suddenly looks a lot longer with Bokaran, Hodge, and Richardson in it. It is going to be Garvey Lake, a right-handed batsman, right-handed power-hitting batsman. I will have to contend with the wily Sherwin Peters. Long off, deep cover, deep third man, deep square leg, long on. Peters as Garvey Lake, turning this one into the leg side, straight to Captain Ashawn Hodge at short mid-wicket. He will not get a run. Peters has bowled well thus far, apart from the two naughty no balls. He has bowled well. His lengths and lines have been relatively good. He's been attacking the stumps as well. Here comes Peters once again to bowl to Garvey Lake. Lake is pushing into the gap on the offside. Lanville Harrigan will lumber across from cover to do the fielding. Score is on by 1 to 53. Garvey Lake has his first run of the encounter.
Another good over there for the Razor Massive. Some, I think, 2 or 3 runs coming from that over.
Just 3.
3 runs and the loss of 1 wicket. Well, we'll have to see what batter Garvey Lake will do. As seems as though it will be spin from the Central Polyclinic end.
Yes, I think Akeem Charles will be continuing the attack from the polytechnic end. Bowling his right arm off spin again. He gets such good bounce because of how upright his action is. He stays very upright, and the ball, based on the trajectory of his arm, will naturally get good bounce, and he can get a bit of turn as well. He will be bowling to the right-handed Garvey Lake. Lake will have a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and the deep cover. As he's taking his guard now. Charles will be bowling a right arm around the wicket as Garvey Lake surveys the field. He will now step into his crease and start tapping away, as it's going to be Akeem Charles around the wicket to bowl to Garvey Lake, and Lake is back and pushing. Not really off the square, it will be no run. Wicketkeeper Solomon Gokaran comes out to do the fielding. Charles again, into bowl to Garvey Lake. Again, good bounce there by Charles. Lake can just turn it off of his body, but not really getting the distance on it. No run once again. It will be risky for Lake to attempt a big shot now because of the amount of bounce Charles is getting. As Charles is in now between umpire and stumps to bowl to Garvey Lake, and again Lake is trying to heave but gets really a toe end, tugging it down towards deep backward square. It will be a single. It will be a single.
Good tight bowling here from Charles. Very good tight bowling, and that bounce that he's getting there, very good bounce. Ball is bouncing from a very good length, and the batter has no chance of getting that ball away easily.
It is going to be Akeem Charles. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Tariq Newman now. To this delivery, Newman is forward and defending. It's been tight, very tight bowling thus far by the Razor Massives here in the course of the 9th over. As it's going to be Charles once again to bowl to Tariq Newman. Newman is back, and again pushing and prodding. They can't really get this ball off the square at the moment. Charles is bowling very tight. You can hear the shouts of encouragement from the fielders and from the sidelines. As now the batsmen will have a chat, Newman and Garvey Lake. It's been difficult going thus far for them facing the spin of Akeem Charles. He's been bowling very good lines and lengths, just in that hard length where you can't quite go back, but you can't quite come forward because you don't know how much bounce, how much turn he's going to get. He's in again, Akeem Charles, the ball to Newman. Newman trying to cut, gets a bottom edge. It gets past Lineville Harrigan there at cover, so they scamper through for a single. And it will be the end of the over as well, and at the end of 9, another good over from Akeem Charles, just 2 runs off it. It's 55 for 1.
Very good over indeed, very good over indeed. Limiting the pointers. They had a very good run rate in the first 6 overs or the first 7 overs, but now that rate has dropped. And tight bowling here from the Razor Massive, and especially Akeem Charles. Very good spin bowling here, getting a very good bounce. And as Doc mentioned there, you don't know whether to go forward or backward because the bounce there is uneven at the moment.
Well, it's going to be Peters to continue. They've had a spin-pace combination on for the entirety of their bowling thus far. Have the Razor Massives. First it was Wright and Hodge, and now it's Charles and Peters. Yet to see Kenroy David into the attack. Or even Richard Burton with his leg spinner. That could be another option. It will be Peters. He's into bowl to Tariq Newman. This is wrapping Newman on the pads. It was full, but not out, says the umpire.
Yes, that one was pitched outside the leg stump. It's the left-hander outside the leg stump coming back at him, and he was coming forward. And the umpire, Keithley Lake, shook his head, not out.
It's difficult really to get those decisions as a right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, because naturally you'll be pitching the ball outside leg stump. He's in again, Peters, the ball to Newman. This one goes down the leg side, but I think it may have had a bit of pad on it. Stopped by the wicket keeper, Solomon Gokaran, so no run. You see what Peters is trying. He's trying to get full on Newman and really cramp him from getting the bat under any deliveries. Bowling a very full. He's in again now, showing Peters the ball to Tariq Newman. Again, it's full. Again, he really can't get past the bowler. It has been very tight bowling over the last 3 or 4 overs from the Razor Massives. Another dot ball to be added to the tally. They've been taking a lot of dot balls, have the Pointers. Here comes Peters once again into ball to Tariq Newman. Again, this time he gets it past the bowler down towards the long on region. Picked up by Charles, so it will be a single. Newman is on to 26. It brings Garvey Lake to strike. 56 for 1. 56 for 1 here in the course of the 10th over. 56 for 1. They were going at above 7 at one point, but now it's been restricted well. Peters to Lake. Lake is heaving down towards backward square leg. Akimel Rogers couldn't quite get there. It will be 4 runs.
Very good shot indeed. Down the leg side, and all Garvey Lake did was just helping the ball to go onto the boundary. Very good shot indeed.
It wasn't full enough from Sherwin Peters. It was right into the swinging arc of Garvey Lake. He said, "Thank you very much." The Lake is going to take guard now and tap away, waiting on Sherwin Peters. Peters now getting a lot fuller and forcing Garvey Lake to just turn it into the leg side for a single. Lake is on to 7. The score is on to 61. 61 for 1 at the end of 10 overs, and it will be drinks.
The strategic timeout, as we would say, after 10 overs, 61. That's 6.1 run per over. At one stage there was 7.1. So they are now 10 overs, 61 runs on the board.
It's 61 for 1 here at the midway point of this encounter. It was a good start by the Pointers initially with Another Lake and Tariq Newman going at a good run rate, but they've been pulled back with this bowling partnership of both Peters and Akeem Charles, who have restricted the Pointers to a run rate of just above 6. They're going at 6.1 and over now.
And while we have the strategic timeout, we just reminded about our sponsors: Jerry Suda, Meher J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Najiko Insurance, Carita Walgin Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live, 97.7 FM, Lakes World, and Lowell Hodge and Baker Gums. Without our sponsors, we would not have been able to bring you this cricket. So if you'd like to come on board with us, phone that's 235-2288 and speak to Mr. Alkins Rogers. We'd be glad to have you aboard.
Yes, and on the regional side of things, down in St. Lucia, I believe, the West Indies, they have continued to score and score well. They are 2-3 for 4. Kyle Mayers, he's brought up his half century, still batting with Jermaine Blackwood. We saw earlier in the day Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell put on a century partnership before Campbell fell. Before Campbell fell 4:45, I believe. It was induced up A false stroke was induced from him trying to hook a ball that really crept upon him, got there a bit quicker than he anticipated. Then we saw Reefer came in, scored about 22 order before he fell, chopping one onto his stumps. Ball didn't last too much longer either. After Craig Brathwaite fell, bowled by Mehdi Hassan, a good off-spinning delivery, pitching outside off and beating the bat. And now Blackwood and Mayers have consolidated well. Blackwood has been in good form thus far. He's on 35, played well throughout this test match. And Kyle Mayers is doing what Kyle Mayers does. He scores runs and scores them quickly. He's brought up his half century, and him and Blackwood, they are going to try and extend, well, get a lead first and then extend it and try to not have to bat again, because we are only on day 2 of the test match. They will try to bat for as long as possible and then bowl out Bangladesh quickly. So just for the foremost, Indies now have a lead. They have a lead of 3, so they will try to bat for as long as possible. They still have Josh De Silva in the hut, and we know how dangerous he can be when he gets in. He bats well with the tail, as well as the likes of Alzari Joseph to come as well.
Well, the players have refreshed themselves. They are going back out now to their respective places. The 2 batsmen there in the middle having a conversation, no doubt seeing what the tactics would be. So all in all, after 10, 61 for 1, and no doubt that the pointers, they will try and see what they can do for the other 10 overs. So Doc is leaving us, and I'm going to leave you too, and Zulma O will be taking over from me as I make my exit, and I'll be back probably after an hour or so.
It's about to resume at the end of the strategic timeout. It's 61 for 1. End of 61 for 1. I'm just about to see the resumption of play. It's going to be Charles from the Central Polyclinic end, ensuring that all his fielders are in place. Men out, the 5 bongo riders, deep fine leg, off a backward square, mid-wicket. Now bringing in the man at deep extra cover, and he's on the circle, and they are pushing. So now they are going to have a man at mid-wicket and a man at cow corner. So they're putting in that cow corner, and that is right, who takes up that spot. Here is Charles. It's about to Garvey Lake, right between umpire and stumps, around the wicket, both to Lake. Lake is getting this one to backward point and gets a sharp single. Kishan Richardson was in quickly, didn't feel clean, and even that he did, Newman was over his crease. So Garvey moves on by 1. He is on 8, and the score moves on to 62. As I say, welcome to Zulma. It's always a pleasure to have her with us. The first female here in Anguilla to take up the challenge in the commentator's booth.
Yes, Millie, good afternoon. It's good to be back once again.
Here is one that is hit down the ground by Newman. The man of the long arm boundary comes in and field, and there can only be 1. So Newman looking for power. Didn't time that one properly at all. He moves on to this 27 score. 24 the score tells me. See, he's on 24. Here is Charles to bowl to Lake. Lake is staring this one, looking to run it past third man, the short third, but well fielded there by Fungi. No run resulting. Newman is on 24. Newman is on 24. It was 26 scored by Northern Lake. Here is Charles to ball to Lake. That's Garvey Lake. Plays this one. And the man at Cow Corner, he has gone back, and stood on the rope and said, no, I can't go back anymore. That one has run out of real estate here and has gone over the man at Cow Corner for 6. Good looking stroke there by Garvey Lake.
Very good stroke there from Garvey Lake.
It was short. Lake said, I'm going to have a piece of you. Score is on to 68. Here is Charles to Lake. Lake is forward and playing airy-fairy. Not a good looking stroke at all by Lake. Not a very confident stroke. Northern Lake, the only man out so far. He went for 25. He went LBW to Peters for 25. Here is Charles to Lake. Lake is looking to turn this one. And down the leg side, they've gone for 1. Looking for a second. Garvey's coming for 2. And they're going to get it very easily. Garvey move on by 2. He's on 16. He's on 16 and... a leg buys, rather, signal by the umpire. So Lake remains on 14. The total moves on to 17. And at the end of over number 11, the pointers, winning the toss throws into back, they are 70 for 1.
70 for 1, and after the 11th over. And that was good over there. Not very, not picking up very many balls, but you see the batters are striving to make these runs.
So Garvey Lake, the more aggressive of the two. Movement, looking batsman, you'll really have to get a move on. Over number 12, about to begin here, is showing Peters. He's going to continue from this. The commentator's blue 10. Over number 12. Moves away, walks, and then stops. Looks around, sees that Charles is still moving into his fielding position. He moves away now. As umpire late ball to Newman. Newman is getting a pitch up delivery. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. That's poor bit of work there by the keeper. Very poor bit of work there. Extras move on by 1. Total moves on to 71. And 71. That's 5. Buys 1. 2 leg buys. 4 wides and 2 no ball. 72 it is. 72 for 1. 72 for 1 in the course of over number 12. Some adjustments to the field, bringing a deep extra cover on the circle, and now skipper Ashan Hodge is going out to Cow Corner for the dangerous Garvey Lake, and they've asked the deep extra cover to go right back on the boundary again. So it's going to be Peters communicating with Charles, and he was telling Charles to get back on the boundary, but Charles didn't see that. He was telling Charles to get back on the boundary, but Charles didn't pay much attention to him. He didn't see the hand movement. He didn't want to speak. Here is Peters to go to Garvey. Garvey is sitting this one to cover and taking off for a single and gets it. He knows that the big man Harrigan cannot get that. He's not as agile as he used to be, and so will not be able to get down as far as. He moves on to 15 and the total to 73. Here is Peters. And for those persons who are taking our commentaries, welcome you on board. Here is Peters to Newman. This could be dangerous. Oh! Ashan fumbles. That was never a run. That was never, ever, ever, ever a run. Ashan fumbles it. The two batsmen met in mid-pitch, having a conversation, and in the end they were able to get to their respective ends as Ashan Hodge failed to pick it up. This one is outside the line of the off stump. No run resulting, no connection there. Big hero attempted there by Lake. Not making connection. Score remains on 74. Lake is on 15. Newman is on 25.
Yes, it's a good cloudy, not so cloudy evening here.
Here is Peters to bowl to. Oh, this one is flying off the edge for runs. This one is flying off the edge. The bat speed was one to see, and the ball peeling off the edge, going past the keeper in a flash, and down to the vacant third-man boundary for 4. Score rushes on to 78. Garvey, his speed on to 19. He's fastly catching up with Newman. Newman will really have to get a move on. He has been there. He opened the innings. So he has, his eyes must be in. Garvey Lake has raced on to 19. He is on 25, Newman. Tariq Newman. Here is Peters again from this commentator's booth end to bowl to Lake. Lake is rocked on the pad. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. The ball is going to run down to a vacant third slip. Led by, signal by the umpire. Score moves on by 1 to 75. Leg bys move on by 1 to 3. And it is 79 score or 78? 79. 79 it is at the end of the over. At the end of 12, it is 79 for 1.
At the end of the over, 79 for 1 here at the JRWP. And at this point, I'd like to say good afternoon to Keith Stone Graves. I know you're on the ball. I know that you're listening, and I just want to wish you a happy Sabbath today. In the meantime, we continue with the Razor Massive and the Pointers. Pointers winning the toss, deciding to bat, and the score is now 79 for 1, and we're now entering our 13th over.
So it's 79 for 1. Over number 13, about to commence. It's going to be bowled by Akeem Charles, right arm off spinner from the Central Polyclinic end. Again, I want to say thanks to all our sponsors. It is because of you and you why APL 2022 Season 2 is possible, and we are grateful. And all anyone who out there who are taking a commentaries and want to be on board, you are welcome. As we watch Charles move away to bowl to Lake. Lake is getting this one off there on the edge, down the track. No run resulting. Score remains on 79. 79 for 1. Batsman dismissed. Northern Lake. Here is Charles to bowl to Garvey. Garvey is hitting this one again. This one is gone high, hard, handsome 6 runs over Cow Corner. Garvey Lake taking on Charles and saying, you can't bowl those to me. You can bowl them to your friends, not to me. I am going to dispatch you. And he did that. He has raced on to 25. Garvey Lake on 25. Newman, he's on 25. It is 85 for 1. Over number 13 here is Garvey again pulling this one. This one he could be caught. No, one bounce into the boundary. Oh no, that's good. Oh, it goes into the fence now. He got a boot to it, but wasn't able to keep it off the boundary road. That's my man Fundry. And Garvey Lake is stepping it up for the Pointers. Score has raced on to 89. Garvey has moved on to 29. He waits. Taps. Waits for Charles. Charles looking to redeem himself. Garvey is just pushing this one early, but looking for 2 runs. Not going to get it. Newman seem to be on some sort of show. We're not really playing cricket because that should have been 2 runs. The man had to come off in the long off boundary. He was a non-striker, so he should have been backing up and looking to get back. Garvey, the more aggressive batsman, should have been looking to get Garvey on strike. Wasn't to be. Score moves on by 1 to 90. 90 for 1. Garvey Lake is on 30. Newman is on 25. Pointers winning the toss, choosing to bat. Here is Charles, ball to the left and Newman. And Newman is looking, still on this one to short third. And this could be dangerous. He's gone. He's gone. He is gone. A direct hit there by Sharon Peters. Wonderful bit of work. And what should have been 2 runs in the previous delivery was only 1. And a suicidal single, and Garvey Lake has to go back to the pavilion, and the management will not be happy. They cannot be happy with that choice of a run there from Newman. It should have been 2 runs, and Garvey should have been on strike, not Newman. And so they have lost Garvey Lake, the more aggressive of the 2, and the Rays are massive. They would have a smile on their face.
So the score now is 91 for 2.
91, 90 for 2. 90 for 2. 90 for 2. The new batsman. It's Samuel, that seems to be Samuel Connor. Samuel Connor, the new batsman. Samuel Connor. So, two left-handed batter at the crease. 2 left-hand batter at the crease. Newman and Connor. I'm not sure the decision to send Connor at this time. Show that they are more aggressive batsmen in the wicket. You're going to ask Connor to play an innings that he is not accustomed to, because Connor is not the aggressive type. He's more the nudger. And Newman, the batsman who has been there from ball 1, really is holding his head down. But what has happened has happened. Garvey is in the pavilion, you're still in the crease, and he will have to really step things up for his team. It's 90 for 2 at the end of 13.
At the end of 13, the score now is 90 for 2. That is 90 for 2. Well, if you feel game, you can come on down to the Webster's Park. There are not very many onlookers today, not many persons. I'm sure they are aware that the game is taking place, and we'd like to see you here. And also, if you're interested in sponsoring any part of these games, you're welcome to do so. You can call us at call Alvin Rogers, and he would be glad to talk with you.
So there is going to be a change in bowling from this commentator's booth end. It is going to be on the right. It's going to be taken over from Sharon Peters, the Chinaman bowler. It's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman Newman, who is on 25. Newman waits his right, makes an adjustment to his field. No sweeper on the onside. Well, I'm not sure what type of field is this, because he's looking to bowl wide outside the off stump, and there is no fielder that is deep on the offside. Everyone is up in the circle, and Newman was looking to capitalize on that occasion. He was back and looking to hit that one pass backward point. It doesn't make contact. It's still 90 for 2. In the course of over number 14, he moves away again to bowl to Newman, and Newman is getting one that is jumping on him. Plays down to short third, can't score. Score remains on 19. And there are only 2 men out. Looking to tighten, to put a grip on the pointers. This one is hit straight to Akamel. Oh, he doesn't. I'm not sure what happened there, but the hand never made contact with the ball. Ball coming off the leg and hitting him in the rib area. He's rubbing it vigorously. As the Newman gets one, he is on 26. And the score moves on to 91. In the course of over number 14, here is right to bowl to the new batsman, Samuel Connor. As you watch to our left, it's American Eagle taking off. As you watch, it's a wide delivery. That is almost a no ball. Yes, it is a no ball. It's a no ball. Indeed, from right here, I spotted it. It's a no ball. It did not pitch on the wicket. Didn't pitch on the track, and it's a no ball. And Landville is coming over to ask the umpire, why is that a no ball? But it is indeed a no ball. That one not dropping on the pitch, and it is a no ball. So, right, very much guilty of bowling too wide, and that occasion was wide of the track. This one is, again, it's wide, but not a bad ball. A bit of poor effort there on the behalf of that looks like Richardson, and luckily for him that the man there at a short fine was equal to the task and backed up well. Score remains on 92 for 2. Over number 14 in progress. Right to bowl to Connor. Connor is coming forward and leaving shoulder and arms. Oh! I almost thought that we were in St. Lucia. Almost thought that we were on the Darian Sammy ground in St. Lucia. And we were playing white ball cricket. At the end of over number 14, it's the pointers winning the toss, choosing to bat, and at the end of 14 in this 20 over affair, they are 92 for 2.
92 for 2 at the end of over number 14. 6 more overs to go, and it's progressing nicely now. Pointers are looking to some runs here this afternoon. And looking to win the game as well, actually.
And there's going to be a change in bowling from the far end. There's going to be Landville Harrigan, who's going to take up the attack from the far end. Number 25 on his back marks out his run. You see the field for Landville to Newman. Deep backward square. Man at forward square is moving to mid-wicket now. Short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Short third, backward point, and extra cover. That's the field for Harrigan to Newman. So he's asking the man at backward square to go dead on square, and mid-wicket to just move to his right a touch. So it's Landville Harrigan from the Central Polyclinic, taking over from Charles. Kim Charles, who have done a good job. Ball to Newman, and Newman is driving down the wicket on the track, officially. The man comes off the boundary, that's important. Newman moves on by 1 to 27, and the total moves on by 1 to 93. 93, the score has gone back again into slow motion after the dismissal of Garvey Lake. Here is Harrigan to Connor, gets a wide down the leg side. Total moves on by 1 to 94. Any gift, they will accept the pointers. Here is Harrigan to bowl to Connor. Connor is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Getting one, and that he is looking to just push it past a backward point. Not even that could have gone to backward, may have reached backward point, because there was no power in that shot at all. He here is Harrigan to Connor. Connor is pushing it straight up to short mid-wicket, can't score. And this is exactly why I'm not sure why Connor has been sent out, because Connor plays similar game as Newman. Here is Harrigan to Connor. Connor is pushing it down the track and can't score. Ball ricocheting off the board of Harrigan onto Newman. No run resulting. Score remains on 94. Good over here so far by Lanville Harrigan, the veteran. Moves away again, ball to Samuel Connor. So absolutely no pace at all on these deliveries. No pace at all. So Connor being a nudger and using the pace of the ball has no pace at all to work with. Here is Harrigan to bowl to Connor. Ball to Connor. Connor is pushing it. He's going to get a single at the end of the over. And the pointers moves on by 1 to 95. 95 at the end of 15. It's the 3 runs of the over. 95 for 2. And after comments from Zelma, the next voice you're gonna hear is that of the man, Black Ryan.
95 for 2, and now entering our 16th over. And it's a good time to remind you about who our sponsors are for this tournament. There are Jerry Suda, Miha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Magical Insurance, Carita Walgreen, Lendam, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Save Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, who's not with us today, Radio Anguilla, Fast FM, and Lloyd's Live, who also isn't with us today, 97.7 FM Radio, Lake World, who sponsored the Man of the Match for $1,000 US, and Lower Heart will also like to thank you, and Baker Gums. So we're getting ready to enter a 16th over, and the batters are warming up kinda until.
So it's going to be Kenroy David who will be taking up the attack from the commentary box end, and I must say that I think circumstances has forced Sean Hodges' hand really, because he's going to be forced to use a 6th bowler by my calculations, because he's bowled out Rolando Wright and David will only get to bowl 3 overs, so he will be forced to use a 6 by my calculations. It is going to be Kenroy David from the commentary box end. In fact, he has used Lanville Harrigan as his 6th bowler, so in the end he has gotten it right. It will be David to bowl to Samuel Connor, and the corner is pushing into the onside, and Newman again trying to scamper a single, has to go back. It will be no runner. So Wright is bowled out. It will be David to bowl to Connor, backhand pushing into the offside. Chance for a run out here, but the keeper could not collect. And Newman had to be on his horse, and on his horse quickly, because of that could have been trouble had Rogers hit the stumps. So very well for the stage of the game that we're in, it's an unorthodox field that we have seen to Samuel Connor. We know he's not the most powerful batsman, but now the field is being spread. A deep third man, actually it's going to be a deep square leg, deep third man, a deep cover, long off, long on, the men out. As the opening batsman Newman is on to strike. David into Newman. This one wide outside the off stump. Good slow delivery as well. Wide will be called and signaled finally by the umpire. He was contemplating, thinking about it for the last 10 to 12 seconds, but in the end he did call the wide. Score moves on to 96 for the loss of 2 wickets. Those wickets being Garvey Lake and Nordell Lake.
Score being 96 for 2.
It will be Kenroy David. He's into ball to Tariq Newman. Newman is trying to heave, but again an off cutter there by David. Moved away from the left-handed Newman and it beat him outside the line of the off stump. A good depth bowling by Kenroy David thus far, doing what he has done numerous times throughout this season for the Razor Massives, coming at the death and really restrict the run rate and pick up a few wickets when he has had to. It will probably be David and Sean Hodge to finish out the innings based on previous happenings. As here comes David into ball to Newman. Newman is driving, and this one will get past Sean Hodge at short cover and race into the extra cover boundary. That will be 4 runs. Tariq Newman opening the face and guiding it well. It will get to the boundary for 4. The 100 has been raised. 100 for 2 here in the course of the 16th over. With a lovely shot by Tariq Newman, who has moved on to 31 scorer. We'll get confirmation in a few. Here's 31. David into ball to Newman. Slower delivery. Newman skies it. It will get just over the head of Sherwin Peters and drop. They will get 1. Connor comes back for the second and forces Newman to go with him. So Newman gets 2 in the end. He's on to 33. The score is on to 102. 102 for 2. A good slower delivery by Kenroy David, but it fell just beyond the reach of Sherwin Peters there at a cover. It will be Kenroy David once again, past the umpire now, into both Tariq Newman. Slow ball again. Newman is going to cut it. Samuel Connor may have been caught halfway down the track, but Sherwin Peters couldn't collect cleanly. That will be the end of the over, and at the end of 16, a good chance is being created by Kenroy David, but no wickets thus far. It's 102 for 2.
102. Over number 16 has been completed. 102 for 2.
Score is now 102 for 2 as we wait for the beginning of the 17th inning. 17th over, sorry.
It looks like a conversation going on between the pace bowlers down here at the wicket-keeper's end, as Landville Harrigan actually will be continuing the attack. I suspected it may have been Sean Hodge. He's bowled at the death previously for the Razor Masters, but Landville Harrigan will be continuing to bowl his right arm. Don't know what you call them, but it's right arm over the wickets. I know, as the great commentators of the past would say, you call them right arm lollipops. Not quite off break, not quite pace. There's no real break on it, so you can't call it off breaks. There's no pace to call it pace. You have to call them lollipops. It will be Landville Harrigan. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Samuel Connor. Harrigan into bowl to Connor. It's slow, it's flighted, and the Connor can only drive it down to the long-on boundary. Richard Burton does the fielding. They get a single.
103 for 2.
103 for 2. Connor with his first run, I believe. Was that Connor's first run? Yes, it was Connor's first run. He's on 3 actually. He's on 3. A bit behind, as it will be Harrigan into bowler to Tariq Newman. This one short, and Newman will take full advantage of it. That has been powered away into the mid-wicket boundary for 6. It was short, it was loose, and it was easy picking to a batsman of Tariq Newman's caliber. 109 for 2, and that was a wonderful stroke by Tariq Newman. As for the West Indies, looks like a wicket may have fallen. It looks like Blackwood may be gone, but he has reviewed the decision. But the umpire did give it out on the field. Harrigan is in again to bowl to Newman. He's trying to slug this one off the bottom edge of the bat. Newman will get a single. He's on to 40 now. Score on by 1 to 110. 110 the score. Samuel Connor is on strike. Harrigan into bowl to Connor. Connor is pushing to mid-wicket. It will be no run. Harrigan once again over the wicket to bowl to Samuel Connor. To the delivery, it's slow and flighted. Connor driving, and it takes a bad bounce. Really difficult for the fielder, as short extra cover to deal with. He gets a single, but I think the dust there where the extra fielder was standing may have played a bit of a role there in him misfielding that one. Connor on to 4, as in fact Blackwood has had to go. It's 248 for 5 for the West Indies. Blackwood gone for 40. Harrigan into bowl to Newman, who's heaving this one down to the mid-wicket boundary. That will be another massive 6 for Tariq Newman. He's on to 46. He is opening his arms and he is showing his power.
Tariq with his second 6 in this over. That's right.
The second 6 of the over for Tariq Newman. That's the end of the over. The decision to bring Langville Harrigan back for a second over has proven costly. That over has gone for 9 runs. Well, no, it's gone for 15 runs actually. It didn't count the last 6. That over has gone for 15 runs. It's 116, I believe. 116 for 2. 118, sorry. Once again, my scoring is behind. 118 for 2.
Over number 17 is gone.
It will be Kenroy David to continue. He's going to be into ball now to Samuel Connor. Connor is heaving, doesn't get much distance on it, but if he could have picked a blade of grass for that ball to fall onto, it would have been that exact a bit of grass right in between the short mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder, and he survives. It's going to be a single.
Score now moves on to 119 for 2.
David is into ball to Newman. Oh, it's a short ball. Newman trying to get there. Couldn't get there. Square leg umpire does not make a signal. So it will be a dot ball. Good short ball there from Kenroy David. A good surprise short ball. So again now, Newman, he's on a 46, 4 away from his half century. Not with his most fluid innings, but he's carried his bat thus far.
Fraser Massive's batting would be looking for a total of about 125 to 130 runs. That one's off the bottom edge, I believe. It will get close to the boundary, but Fungi, who's very athletic, will get down there. And they only get 2 runs. Newman is 48, I believe, and they score 121. In the course of the 18th over, I think the pointers will be trying to get to that 140, 145 range. As it's David, he's into ball to Newman. Oh, that's a brilliant slower delivery there. Completely bamboozled Tariq Newman.
still have the likes of Delano Mussington, Leon Lake, and Jaden Carmichael, who can swing a very powerful blade. It's going to be Kenroy David. And again now to bowl to Tariq Newman. And Newman is pushing down to the long off boundary. Along the right does the fielding. It will be just a single. And Newman on to 49 now. 49 for Tariq Newman as Samuel Connor is on strike. Again, the fielder comes in for Connor.
And the score moves on to 122 for 2.
Kenroy David. David around the wicket to bowl to Connor, who is leaving this one alone, but wicket keeper could not stop it there. They will get one by.
Newman on 49.
We've had a number of extras in this encounter, but it will be David again into ball to Tariq Newman, and to this delivery Newman is driving into the offside, and that will be his half century. Not his most fluid innings, but a valuable innings in the grand scheme of things. He's carried his bat thus far and carried it well. That's 50 for Tariq Newman, and at the end of the over, the pointers, they are 1, 2, 3 for 2.
The pointer is now
Over number 18.
at the end of number 18.
123
for 2.
Two more overs to go. I'm sure the pointers will be looking for 150, 150.
123 for 2. They'll be trying to get to that 145 range as Sean Hodge, he'll be taking up the bowling from the Polyclinic end. He's coming back in for just an over in his second spell, as more than likely David will finish out from this commentary box end. 2 overs to go, the score at 123. They'll want about 20 from these last 2 overs. It will be Tariq Newman, the man who just brought up his half century on strike. A deep backward square. A mid-wicket being moved a lot squarer. It's a large gap there between the mid-wicket and the deep fine leg. So he's in put a very large gap. So Sean Hodge, he will have to be either outside the line of the off stump or very, very full. Can't afford to be short because he will be pulled through that gap. Hodge will be bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. I suspect he'll be trying to go wide outside the off stump and full from the central Polyclinic end as a deeper cover, a long off, long on. As it will be Hodge into ball to Tariq Newman. Again, as I suspected, it's full and wide. It's going to be a dot ball. That's good death bowling by Sean Hodge. He's taking it out of the power range of Tariq Newman. Bowling full and wide, preventing Newman from getting under it and having to reach for it really and tug it from outside the line of the off stump. It will be the third man coming into the ring now as Sean Hodge runs towards us, breaks into his runner, past the umpire, into ball to Tariq Newman. Again, it is full and wide. Newman cannot get there. I think he'll have to start stepping across his stumps if he wants to tug it, or he can opt to open the face and carve it over the backward point region. But right now, him trying to stand there and pull it will not work. It's going to be Sean Hodge once again. Newman with a lot more open of a stance as He's past the umpire now, watch. Newman does come across, opens the face, and opens the face superbly. That's one bounce into the cover boundary for 4. What a shot by Tariq Newman.
Tariq Newman on fire.
That was a good shot there from Tariq Newman.
Giving the pointers a lot of good work.
Newman stepped across and he opened the face as well. So he stepped across to get to the line of the delivery and played with the angle. Here comes Hodge once again over the wicket to bowl to Newman. It's shorter. Newman is tugging. It gets past the mid-wicket fielder there. Lot of work for the fielder to do off the square leg boundary. He cannot do it. That is 4 more runs to Tariq Newman. 130 is up. They're on to 131. 131 here for 2. And Newman is on to 58 now, I believe. 58 for Newman. As Hodge, he's straying in his plan just a bit. He'd have to get back to being full and wide. Hodge in again to bowl to Newman. He is full and wide off the outside edge. It will race past the short third man fielder. 4 more runs to Tariq Newman. Not the most intentional, but 4 runs nonetheless. He is 62 now. 135, 135 the score.
135 for 2, Tariq on 62.
Newman on 62.
62 for Tariq Newman. He's played a good hand in these death overs, especially in this over. As it's going to be the third man being pushed back onto the rope. The final leg being called into the circle. And that's what I thought they should have done from the start, really. If you're going to bowl full and wide, your third man has to be back on the rope. Hodge is in now to bowl to Tariq Newman. And Newman is tugging it down towards the square leg boundary. This time Rogers will get down on one knee and do the fielding. Just a single. That will be the end of the over as well. Newman keeps the strike, and at the end of 19 overs, the pointers having won the toss and chosen to bat, they are 136 for 2.
At the end of over number 19, the pointers
The
won the
end of
toss
over
and
19. Pointers 136 for 2. Newman on 62. So we're now into the final over for this game. This inning, sorry. We are into the final over for this inning. And
I must tell you, the pointers, they have a plan.
We'll have to look at the field setting to determine the plan that Kenroy David will want to implement. The field seems to be spread on the offside. So I suspect Kenroy David will be bowling wide as well. He'll be bowling full and wide. A deep third man, a deep cover, long off, all back on the offside. Long on coming into place, as well as a deep square leg. David into ball to Newman. Newman opens the face, carves it down to a deep cover. He will get a single. Moves on by 1 to 64. The score moves on by 1 to 137. Weston is a 2-5, 3 for 5. The silver has joined Mayers. The silver is 3, Mayers is 62. Here comes David into ball to Samuel Connor, who tugs it, gets it past the mid-wicket fielder. It won't quite get to the boundary, but they will run 2 runs. Score is on to 139. 139. Samuel Connor is 7. As David is in again. It's past the umpire now into ball to Connor, who's down the track. He's been knocked over with a brilliant slower delivery. Connor came down the track expecting a full-pace delivery, was completely deceived. His off stump has been rocked back, and he has to go for 7. The pointers now are 139 for 3.
139 for 3. The punters with Connor going for 7, and the next batter is
It's going to be Jaden Carmichael coming into the wicket now, partnering Tarek Newman. So a former Leeward Islands underage cricketer goes. A current Leeward Islands underage cricketer has come to replace him. Carmichael, I believe, was with the West Indies under 19 setup as well. Samuel Connor, Tarek Newman were all in the Leeward Islands underage setup along with Jaden Carmichael. It's going to be a field change as the deep cover comes into the circle. Mid-off is right on the edge of the circle. So it's just 3 men out, really. It's going to be a David into ball to Carmichael. It's a slower delivery, trying to tug it. It doesn't get full contact. And Newman will maintain the strike. Turns down the second runner. They are on to 140. And Newman, does he have one big shot left in the tank? He is 64. Carmichael is on 1. Does he have one big shot left to play? Field shifts over, as it's going to be a David into ball to Tarek Newman. Newman is going to top edge this one. It's straight up. Fielders converge, and it has been taken. Newman falls at the end of the innings, and almost the end of the innings. Tarek Newman falls, tried to go for one more big one, and he was taken there at short point. Newman has to go a well-played 64, and the pointers are 140 for 4.
that was a good catch there, sending Newman off the field. So the score is now 64 for 4. 140, sorry, for 4.
It looks like Randy Gomez, I believe, will be coming in to face the final delivery. Coming out helmetless, just coming with his hat and everything in his hand to run as fast as he possibly can. Trying to get as much runs as possible from the end of this over. Carmichael is on strike and he is waiting, tapping away at his crease. David into ball to Jaden Carmichael. Carmichael heaving, and I don't think it makes sense to bother running there, says Gomez, as Carmichael took off by himself. That's the end of the innings. The bails have been taken off. And at the end of these 20 overs, it's the 1 point pointers winning the toss, choosing to bat. They are 140 for 5. 4 5. 140 for 4, I've been corrected. 140 for 4. At the end of this innings, a very good score, a very competitive score, and it will be an interesting chase for the Razor Massives. It was a brilliant innings by Tarek Newman. Started slowly, played slowly really throughout, but then exploded towards the end, scoring a number of boundaries. We ended up on 64, a very good 64, supported well initially by Nordell Lake. He scored 25 before he was gone. LBW trying to play across the line to a full one. showing Peters the man to pick up that wicket. And then Garvey Lake came in, scored a number of boundaries, but got caught going for a naughty run. And in the end, he was gone for 30 run out. And Connor bowled for 7. Carmichael, he just scored the 1, and the Gomez didn't face a delivery. Right, he bowled his full quarter of overs, not as economical as he would have liked to have been, but it was Charles and Peters in the middle overs really that really curtailed the Pointers' innings, prevented them from really getting going. Good bowling by Akeem Charles and Sherwin Peters in the middle, and then Kenroy David at the end, as economical as ever. Sean Hodge, not his best day with the ball, and Lanville Harrigan, he was taken to the sword by Tariq Newman in his second over, being sent for a couple of sixes.
So, with the Pointers out of after the 20th over with 140 for 4, we await the Razor Massive to get back on the field to prove to them that they can achieve more than 140 runs in their 20 innings.
But looking at this Razor Massive's batting lineup on paper, it certainly looks very, very deep. They have Sean Hodge and Sean Richardson slated to come in at the top. Kenroy David at 3, Sherwin Peters at 4, Akeem Charles 5, Richard Burton, Rolando Wright, Akimel Rogers, Solomon Gooker, and Lanville Harrigan. It's just Fungi, the lone non-recognized batter in this Razor Massive setup. It's a number of recognized good batsmen, and they certainly have some good power with the likes of Kenroy David and Sherwin Peters. They have guys who can hold an innings together in the likes of Akeem Charles and Richard Burton, and we know that Sean Hodge, we know how good he can be, we know how good he is. The captain of the Razor Massives, we just got official word from the scorer. 141 is the official score. 141 for 4 was the official score given to us by the scorer. We do know how good Sean Hodge can be. We've seen on previous occasions last year the amount of runs that he would have scored, amount of runs that he would have scored quickly as well. Last year when he was captaining the Razor Massives, he was able to average 45, scoring some 225 runs over the tournament in 6 innings with a high score of 84. So we know how good he can be, how good he is when he is on form. But the bowling of the Pointers, that spin attack, it is deadly. They have Northern Lake, they have Jane Carmichael, Tariq Newman, they have Herbert. Their bowling attack, their spin attack, it's absolutely lethal.
So, as we await the team to find their places back on the field, we remind you that we are open for sponsorship, and we haven't had any for the last weekend or so, but we will be delighted to have a call from you this afternoon. You can call us here at 235-2288. Speak to Alkins Rogers. He'll be glad to accept your call. And in the meantime, we'd like to thank all those who took the time out to assist in the sponsorship. We'd like to thank Zimmer Beach Hotel, Republic Bank Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live, 97.7 FM, Nate's World, who sponsored the Man of the Match for $1,000 and Lowell Hodge and Baker Gums. We'd also like to thank Jerry Suda, Miha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and the Golf Club, Nagico Insurance, Carito Margreen, Lindum, and once again, we'd like to thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution to this tournament. And again, I appeal to the listening public to get on board. The publicity will be good for you.
Yes, we were just speaking about the Pointers bowling attack. And they have been led thus far by Tariq Newman, who's taken 7 wickets at an economy rate of 4.3 so far, an average of 9.4. That is miserly. Then they've had Noah Lake, who's taken 5 wickets at an economy rate of 4.2. Even more miserly, Jaden Carmichael, 5 wickets at an economy rate of 4.9. They have such a good spin attack. It's been led by those 3 mostly. Then Andrew Herbert just coming into the side. He has 2 wickets thus from the tournament, economy rate of 6.9. Those are the spinners for the Pointers. And mostly these stats have been brought to you by crickpro.com. A special thanks to Jacob Pals. And we know that if they need pace, they have Ryan Solomon. I already said. Special thanks to Ryan Solomon and special thanks to Jacob Paul, as we know if they need pace, they have Ryan Solomon, who bowls at some very good pace, left arm pace. And they also have Delano Mussington as well, who bowls some right arm pace. And we know how good this Pointers attack can be, how miserly this Pointers attack can be, and that's the reason that the Pointers are where they are in the table. That's the reason why the Pointers are top of the table. They are ranked first, 3 wins and 1 loss after the first round. They have 6 points. Net run rate is the best as well. Net run rate of 0.85. They're followed by the Super Sixers, who are second with 2 wins and a loss from their 3 games played. Net run rate of 3.3. There's a massive stay even. They are 2 wins, 2 losses, 4 points. Net run rate of 0.09, I believe. Then the Beamers, they've just had 1 win. The win that they picked up versus the Foreign Stars. Well, they beat the Pointers, actually, sorry. They beat the Pointers. They beat Super Sixers, sorry, I'm getting it completely wrong. They beat Super Sixers. They have 2 points. The Foreign Stars as well, they have 2 points. They are 1 victory. Net run rate of -1. We know how good the Pointers are, how good they can be, and we know that the keys to their bowling lie in their spin attack.
So our sponsors mean a lot to us, so we are appealing to you, those of you who are listening to the commentary, and those of you who might hear by word of mouth. We are seeking sponsorship to continue to support the tournament. So you can call us here at the Webster's Park on number 235-2288. You will speak to Alkins Rogers. He will be delighted to receive your call. And we also want to thank all those who came on board from the beginning to sponsor the teams. we'd like to thank Baker Gums and Lowell Hodge, Lakes World, 97.7 FM, Lloyd's Live, Pass FM, Radio Anguilla, Clean Stream, who's always here with us. That should be Clean Stream, but Mega Charles, who's always here with us, we want to thank them very much. They are the ones who are bringing the commentary live. And also, we'd like to thank Best Buy Supermarket and Safe Cargo, Anguilla Electronics, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, Republic Bank Anguilla, Zimmy Beach. We'd also like to thank Carito Walgreen Lindum and Negco Insurance, Aurora Resort and the Golf Club, American University of Anguilla, Jerry's Suda and Mihar J. Suda. Those are our sponsors up to this point in time. Again, we appeal to our listening public to come on board and let's encourage
well, if you be keeping up with the West Indies score, they're 2-5, 8 for 5 right now. Mays is still there on 64. De Silva, he's 6. And early in the day, we saw England, they got to 360 on the back of a brilliant century by Johnny Bairstow. 162 from 157. And then he was supported brilliantly by the debuting Jamie Overton, who's 97, did not go unnoticed on debut. 97 from 136 deliveries. Broad with his biggest score in a while. Broad scored 42 of 36. And New Zealand in reply, they do have a lead right now. A lead of 137 with Tom Latham scoring a half century, 76. Williamson falling just short of his half century. He was 48. And then it's Mitchell and Blundell in the wicket now, as play was close with New Zealand on 168 for 5, a lead of 137. And this game setting up nicely for another close finish. And we know that in the last test, what a finish it was. Stokes and Bairstow putting on a masterful chase, and a chase that you wouldn't have thought coming into the final day that England would have gone on to make. They played pretty much an ODI innings on that last day, Bairstow and Stokes, and they were able to chase down the runs. The new captain getting himself his first test win as full-time captain for England. Also on the women's side of things, we saw that India women, they continue their unbeaten run against Sri Lanka's women. They have not lost. The only game they have not won was a game that was rained out. I think it's 10 victories unbeaten over Sri Lanka women for India. Sri Lanka women scored 1, 2, 5, 4, 7 at the end of their 20 overs, and India women chased it down relatively easily. They scored the 127 that they got for victory in 19 overs. It was a good innings by Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, who marshaled her troops after Verma and Megara fell very cheaply in the middle overs. She marshaled her troops well, and I must say that the exciting prospect, Jemima Rodriguez, she failed to fire, but what a player she looks in the making. Saw her in the 100 last year. She looks a brilliant player in the making for the India women. Very young, just getting into the India side really, but what a prospect she looks. And we also saw on the regional side of things, a change has been made in women's captaincy for the West Indies. Hayley Matthews has now taken over the captaincy from Stephanie Taylor, as was announced by Cricket West Indies a few hours ago. I just saw it. Hayley Matthews is the new captain of the West Indies women's side. She's taken over duties from Stephanie Matthews. We know how good Stephanie Matthews is. Stephanie Taylor, sorry, not Stephanie Matthews. We know how good Stephanie Taylor was. She captained the West Indies women's to an ICC Women's championship in 2016, the T20 championship, and she made the semi-finals of the T20 championship in 2018 and the semi-finals of the World Cup in 2022. We know the brilliancy of Stephanie Taylor as a captain, and now Hayley Matthews. It will be the Hayley Matthews reign that will be taking over here for the West Indies women, a new era for West Indies women's cricket. Well, the pointers are making their way back out onto the field of play. It is a chase of 142. The Razor Masses will require for victory. 142 for victory, the Razor Masses will require. We've not seen the openers come out just yet for the Razor Masses.
So, as I was saying earlier on, we're on the begging list here. We're asking you to support the APL Cricket League that's taking place here at the JRWP, and it continues up until the end of this next month. And we're looking for sponsors, and we'd be delighted to have you on board. The game continues tomorrow afternoon at 12:45 here at the JRWP. And they also encourage spectators to come on out. It excites the batters and the bowlers and the fielders themselves when they're onlookers in the pavilion. And so we're asking you to support them. Please come on out to the JRWP this afternoon to see the second half of this Razor Massive versus the Pointers. And let me say good afternoon to Keystone Grave once again, and to Sparkle over there in the United States of America. I know that you're listening, and I'm delighted to have you on board with us here at the JRWP. So the Pointers are positioning themselves, and the batters are also positioning themselves, awaiting the start of the second inning.
As we take this opportunity and saying good evening, good night, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and we welcome you back to the JRWP. We are just about to see the commencement of the second innings. It is going to be Newman who is going to be taking up the attack from the Central Polyclinic end to get it started. The reply to 141 to 142. In reply of 141, they will need 142. They will need 142. The score scored by the Pointers is 141, and they will need 142. There is a massive to win. Here is Newman, left arm around the wicket between umpire and stumps. The ball to showing Peters. Ball to Peters. Peters is back and pushing on the onside of the track. No run resultant. Score and not yet off the mark. One ball. And that goes into the scorer's book. Newman. Saw him scoring some 68 runs when he batted. Here is Newman to bowl to Peters. Ball to Peters. Peters is pulling this one and is magnificently caught. Well, what a catch! You only see those things on television. Solomon has pulled off a specky to dismiss a class batsman, and Peters cannot believe he pulled it with disdain. He hit it very hard, inches off the ground. Solomon pulled it off, a magnificent catch, and Peters, all he can do is kneel in the wicket, and he's spraying. How did the umpire say a no ball? How did you take that catch, Solomon? But regretfully, He has to walk back to the pavilion. He's gone. Peters is gone. And a big setback for the Razor Massive. Peters goes without scoring. What a tremendous catch.
And that catch came after the second ball in the innings, caught by Solomon. Inches off the ground at square leg. He dove forward, and as he dived forward, oh, he pulled it off. Magnificent catch. You only see those things on television, but you saw it right here, live and in living colors at the JRWP. Solomon. Beautiful catch there by Solomon.
The West Indies under-19 player. Brilliant, magnificent, superb. Oh, what a catch that was.
So the new batsman is?
The new batsman is skipper Ashan Hodge. Hodge will have to really take the mantle up. And back deep in this innings, it's going to be Newman, wicket taker, to bowl to Ashan Hodge. So 1 wicket, no run on the board. Drives in the air. Oh, well, was it a crowd catch, a spectator's catch? Oh, that one would have been close. It looked like a full-blooded drive. He really went away to his left. That's all, but here is Newman to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving. Backward point is in the way. Can't score. Oh. That point is a cock-a-hoop. Skipper Leon Lake with number 2 on his back. He's at slip. He's cheering on his team. Here is Newman to bowl to Ashan Hodge. Bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving 4 runs. Glorious stroke to the right of extra cover and into the boundary. That goes away for 4. That's a glorious shot. It is not as good as the catch though, but that was a superb shot. Capping that one past extra cover and into the boundary for 4. Hodge is off the mark. He's on 4. And the Razor Massive, they are on the way. That brings an immediate change to the field. Slip comes out. Slip has gone to short extra cover. And then there is now a sweeper on the extra cover boundary. It's Newman. He's going to come away again. Well, the skipper has gone into a short mid-off rather than a short extra cover. Backward point, cover point. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, long off, mid on. Short mid wicket. Now square leg. Here is Newman to bowl to Ashan Hodge. Bowl to Hodge. Hodge is gonna get a single here very easily. Playing with soft hands. And the man at backward point will stop the single. He's on 5. And at the end of over number 1, it is a 5 for 1. The Razor Massive in search of 142 for victory.
So after the first over, the score is now 5 for 1. And Razor Massive will be looking for 142 for a win here this evening.
It is going to be a ding-dong battle here at the JRWP. It is going to indeed be a ding-dong battle.
I see that.
And Razor Massive is not going to lie down then. And the pointers, and they looking for championship this year in the 2022 APL. And they are leading the point standing so far. Skipper Leon Lake marshalling his troops. And as the field changes over, left and right and the batsman, Kishan Richardson is yet to face And ball is Ashan Hodge, who has faced 4, and Peters 2 in the first over. It's going to be Delano Mussington. He's going to move away from us here at the commentator's booth end. He's going to bowl into Ashan Hodge. Tall, slimly built figure. He's a very stubborn batsman, Ashan Hodge. Never say never kind of a batsman. Long off. And third man, 2 men out for the power play. Here is Mussington with 0-1 on his back. Moves away, passes umpire late, ball to Hodge. Hodge is getting one over. Beautiful delivery. He's getting a beautiful delivery outside the line of the off stump. Coming across, dropping his hand. But he played at it. He played at that one. Looking not to get have taken an edge. Score remains on 5, all 5 to Ashan Hodge. Taps away, waits for Mussington. A very shortened run up. Mussington bowls to Hodge outside the line of the off, some naughty shot. The umpire moves away and says that's a wide. So total moves on by 1 to 6. Extras 1 to 1. 1 wide. Ashan Hodge. Taps away, sees Mussington turns, moves away, ball to Hodge, who coming forward again. That's a good delivery. Ashan Hodge is triggering very, very early and getting too close to the delivery, and so he cannot use his hand. He's taken away his hands outside the line of the off stump, and the ball, those balls are just about the wide line, and he's coming across and he's getting too close. Here is Hodge to this one. He's playing through backward point and gets one. Kishon Richardson off the mat very quickly. Moves on to 6. Brings Hodge on strike. The total moves on by 1 to 7. Bring the left-handed batter in Kishon Richardson for the first time of this their innings in search of 142. 141 scored by the Pointers, winning the toss earlier in the day, and Skipper Lake and choosing to bat. Pointers amounting some 141 from their 20. 141 for 4. And there's a field changes over to accommodate the left-handed batsman. Long off. He's been asked to come to a mid-off because the 3 men outside, 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and that would have been a no ball. Here is Mussington, moves away to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is looking to drive, doesn't make contact. He's going to go away for a bye. Gets it easily, quite easily too. Bye signal by the umpire. Total moves on by 1 to 8. Extras move on by 1 to 2. 1 wide. 1 no ball. Here is Mussington again. The field continuously changes over for the left-right combination. Here is Mussington again, moves away from us to bowl to Ashan Hodge. Hodge is coming forward and then opening the face of the bat, running that one to a vacant gully. They've gone for 1, will come back for a second, get it very easily. Man from back to point had to move away in the process. The batsman crosses over for 2. Total moves on to 10. Ashan Hodge on to 8. Kishon Richardson yet to score. It's 10 for 1. The close of over number 2. Ashan Hodge taps away. As you see the birds hovering over the field. And he drives and then doesn't time it well. Over coming to an end. The end of over number 2. There is a massive in sort of 142 for victory. They are 10 for 1.
There is a massive moving a little slow here, making just 10 runs in the last 2 overs. And they'll be looking for a win, of course. Who wouldn't? but they'll have to make 142 runs in order to consider themselves winners this afternoon.
At the same stage, at the end of 2, the pointers were 14 for no loss. Just a bit of 4-run adrift, but they have lost an all-important wicket of Peters. 10-for-1, and Newman will continue. And the pointers, they are taking a hell of a lot of time setting the field after between overs. Great deal of time. Lake, but ensuring that he gets his fielders in the right place. Lake, Newman is going to come left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, Kishon Richardson, deep mid-wicket, and the man is coming to forward of square. So a deep forward man on the forward of square boundary and a long on. Those are the 2 men out. Here is Newman too. Richardson is driving into the ground, goes up to mid-off, no run resulting. Ball being shadowed there by Mussington. Allowing for the mid-off to come in and field. No run resulting. Score remains on 10 for 1. And here is Newman to bowl to Richardson. Bowls to Richardson. Richardson is coming back and looking to steer that one. Edge taken and is dropped. Edge found and Gomez could not hold on, and Richardson survives. He's yet to score. Kishon Richardson is Newman moves away past umpire Proctor, ball to Richardson, who is driving well. This is going to be a hard chase, a big chase for John. The goal for 1. Welcome. That's a magnificent bit of feeling. Magnificent bit of feeling there by John. He chased, and what for most of the other fielders would have been 4 runs. He didn't give up. And at the last moment, he flicked it back to Northern Lake, who also was giving chase. And what a brilliant bit of feeling. In the meantime, Richardson is off the mark with 2. He's on 2. It's a 12-for-1. Here is Newman to bowl to Richardson. Bowl to Richardson. Turned to the square leg. They have gone for 1. Looking for a second. They're coming back for it too. And he has to hurry! A direct hit to not out, says the umpire. And that one was close. We are going to the third umpire, somebody says. Yes, we are going upstairs. And that one was close, very, very close. Direct throws are always close, but the umpire was always in the best position. And umpire Lake says that's not out, he got home safely.
That was a close one there. And the umpire saying not out.
So, which just moves on to 4, and the total to 14. 14 for 1. That one was close. Oh, that could have spelled trouble for the Razor Massive. Here is Newman to bowl to Richardson. Richardson's on driving. You're gonna get 1. That's all you're gonna be as Carmichael Fields. Score moves on by 1 to 15. 15 for 1. Richardson's on to 5 and brings Ashan Hodge, the right-hand batsman, who is on 8 on strike, in search of 142 for victory. There is a massive. Ashan Hodge takes his guard again from umpire Proctor, something that he will do ever so often once he's at the crease. Looks around, sees square leg, mid wicket, mid on, and forward of square there. Here is Newman to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting a wide delivery outside the line of the off. Some call and signal by the umpire. Newman is not happy at all with that call. Umpire's word. Umpire word is always final. You won't have the third umpire, so even you are giving LBW a call, you got to go. His word is final. Here is Newman to bowl to Ashan. This one is even wider, and they're going to pick up some extra runs here. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second, and they can come back for a third if they want to. They are going to. So 4 runs. So 4 wides. 4 wides. Total moves on to 20. 20 for 1 in the course of over number 3. A very expensive over here by Newman. Some 10 runs have been conceded so far. 24 no loss. Field changes over again. Is Liam Lake who has come back to in the slip. At first slip. Here is Newman to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is turning to a short fine, and they're gonna get one. That's right to try backward square. Gets one. Can't prevent it. The over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 3, it is a 21. 21 for 1 in search of 142 for victory. Razor Massive.
Yes, Razor Massive now 21 for 1. In search of a win this afternoon. Need to make at least 100, not at least, but need to make 142 for a win here at the JRWP. The sun just came out bright and shiny, and we've got a few clouds on the horizon. Not anticipating any rain this afternoon after all.
Well, Newman is leaving the field. And Cardigan Connor is going to do the honors in his absence. In his absence, he is going to. He's picking up a position there, and there's going to be an exchange. There is a change in bowling from this, the commentators vote in. Mussington had the ball and was ready to bowl, and the skipper said, no, Mussington, I'm not ready for you. I don't want you to come back now. I want Herbert to come. And this is going to be an interesting move. So they have taken pace off the ball. We have not yet seen Solomon, the left arm seamer, and we are going to see Herbert from this, the commentator's booth in, with number 12 on his back, to the left-handed batsman Richardson. Yeah, he's to contend with a mid-off, extra cover. Man is sweeping at the deep extra cover boundary. Man at Whitish Gully region. Short fine. Now there is an exchange. It is going to be a mid-on and a long off. Mid-wicket, square leg. Short fine. Man wide at Gully. Backward point and a deep extra cover. Here is Herbert to bowl to Richardson. Bowls to Richardson on the pad. Turn it and the onside can't score. Score remains on 21 in the course of over number 4. 21 for 1 in search of 142 for victory. Here is Herbert to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is looking to just turn it on the onside. Doesn't succeed. The ball ricocheting on the offside of the wicket. No run resulting. Herbert again. As some player play, bowl to Richardson. Richardson's rolling his wrist over that one, and Solomon seems to be moving very freely on that occasion. And stop the single. Richardson moves on by 1 to 7 and brings Ashan Hodge, who is on 8 on strike, and the total moves on to 22. 22 for 1. 22 for 1. Another 120 runs required. And they get to that mark. 142, the magical mark for the Razor Massive out of Island Harbour. The point is out of Blowing Point. Here is Herbert, but his walk, not a run. Try again. Ball to Ashan. Hatch is coming forward. This one is spinning off the edge, going down to short third. Can't stop the single. Ashan moves on by 1. He's on 9, and the total moves on by 1 to 23. 23 for 1. In the course of over number 4, Hobart moves away to hold to Richardson. Richardson's pushing it up to Longer. He gets 1, that's all they're going to be. As Garvey moves off the boundary and sends him turn to the wicketkeeper Gomez. Kishon moves on to 8, and the total to 24. 24 for 1. West Indies, they are 284 for 5, 50 runs lead. Here is Hobart to Ashan. Ashan is stripping and pushing it back down the track. The end of a very good over by Hobart, an over in which they just conceded some 3 runs.
A very good over there, but I think the batters, of the bowlers, they are moving a bit slow this afternoon.
Just to tell you, the West Indies.
But they'll be looking for a win for a total of 142 runs. There is a massive. We'll be looking for that score this afternoon.
Now, Kyle Mays is on 90. Kyle Mays is on 90, and his batting partner is De Silva. He's on 6. So, Kyle Mays, we remember, down in Bangladesh against Bangladesh, where he scored that massive double century. Well, he's nearing 100. He is on 90. It's going to be a bowling change also from the Central Polyclinic end. As Newman has left the field, it's going to be Northern Lake who's going to be taking over from him from the Central Polyclinic end, and he's going to be bowling to. And there is a signal from Ashan Hodge or something, and seem to be calling for water. Seem not to be feeling very well, Ashan Hodge, and he has signal for some water. Kishon Richardson seemed to be stretching his side. So Ashan was pointing to his stomach, but it is Kishon Richardson who got that water and stretching that right side of his for the benefit and the sake of the Razor Massive. One would hope that it is nothing serious, that he will not be able to play his big shots. So, play about to resume. It's Northern Lake from the Central Polyclinic end. He takes his guard from umpire Proctor and waits for Northern. Northern is going to come between umpire and stumps, right arm around the wicket. Over number 5 at the end of the. It's going to be Northern Lake. To give you what it was at the same stage for the. He gets a full toss and deposit it into the boundary. Full toss, first ball from Northern Lake, a gift. And thank you, says Richardson. And he beats extra cover and into the boundary for 4 runs. Richardson races on to 12, and the total moves on to 18. 18 scorer?
28.
To 28, sorry, not 18, 28. 28 for 1. 28 for 1. Gentle lollipop full toss. Offered up there to Kishon Richardson. Much obliged, he said. Here is Northern Lake. Loves the challenge to Richardson. Richardson is back and steering this one straight to extra cover on this occasion. trickling out there to skip a lake. No run resulting. Score remains on 28. 28 in the course of over number 5. Here is another lake to bowl to Richards. Bowl to Richards. Richards is back and shouldering arm outside the line of the off stump. Ball bouncing over the top of the stump. Taken by Gomez. No harm done. No run resulting. Here is Northern Lake to bowl to Richards. Richards is back to a quicker, faster delivery. Oh, a flatter, faster delivery. And Northern Lake runs back to his mark and asks himself, how was that not bowl? Oh, you cannot camp on your back foot at all for Northern Lake. Here is Lake again. It's a bowl to Richards. A bowl to Richards. So Richards is steering it to backward point. John doesn't feel cleanly. They've gone for 1. That's what they're going to be as he recovers very quickly. Richardson moves on by 1 to 13 and the total on to 29. 29 for 1 over number 5 being bowl by Northern Lake from the Central Polyclinic end. The West Indies continue to go from strength to strength. APL Season 2 to our sponsors, to all our sponsors we say thank you for being on board, to the committee, to all those whose hands are on board ensuring that APL success, to our media houses ensuring that coverage is taken live and lively. Class FM, Radio Anguilla, Mega Charles 54. From time to time the man Lloyd Gums himself is here in the clean stream. We say thanks to all for media houses. Here is Northern Lake. Right arm over the wicket to bowl to right-handed Ashan Hodge. Ashan is sweeping. This one, he's going to get runs here. They've gone for 1. We'll come back for a second. And the return goes in now. Good work by John. Limiting the batsman to only 2. Ashan Hodge moves on to 11. 13 is Richardson. The end of over number 5. And at the end of 5, it is the Razor Massive in search of 142 for victory. They are required another 111 runs. They are 31 for one all out. They were amounted 141 from their allotted 20 overs. 141 for 4. Loss of just 4 wickets. Newman has a return. And so Cardigan Connor has left the field. The Honorable. Here is Herbert to bowl to Sean Richardson, the left-handed batsman, taps away, waits for Herbert. When he gets there, he's hitting this one, it's in the air, he can be taken! He is! Iski can catch taken, and Richardson has to go. Richardson has to go. The ball is on the floor. Well, not sure what took place there. The umpires are converging. And is he going to be sent on his way? And he's been sent on his way. Richardson goes, caught at the short fine, sweeping ball, taken at top edge. And he has to go. There was no signal from the umpire, and Richardson was wondering what happened. He started to walk, and then he turned back. Then umpires met, convinced that the catch was taken, and so Richardson goes, caught at the short fine leg for 13 of the bowling of Herbert. 31 for 2. 31 for 2.
Richardson now making his way off the field. The next batsman is scheduled to be, who's the next batsman?
Akeem Charles is going to be the next batsman. So we're going to continue with the left and right combination. Akeem Charles. Charles played a very good hand last time around, and Raise a massive will dearly love for him to continue from where he left off in the last game. So he replaces his left-handed batter Richardson. Charles takes his guard from the umpire. Bright sunshine at the James Ronald Webster Park. Raise a massive. Coming up against the Pointers. Pointers winning the toss, choosing to bat earlier in the day. Amounted some 141 from the allotted 20 for the loss of 4 wickets. Here is Herbert to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is coming forward and pushing back down the track. No run resulting. Score remains on 31. 31 for 2. 31 for 2 in the course of over number 6. At the end of the power play. Here is Charles pushing up there, looking for a single. He's going to get it very easily. Man at mid-on, Northern Lake. Couldn't stop the single. Charles is off the mark. He's on 1. And brings Ashawn Hodge, who's on 11 on strike. 32 for 2. 32 for 2. Field changes over. Adjustments in the field to accommodate the right hand. Ashawn Hodge. Ashawn taps away. Waits for Herbert. When Herbert gets there, Ashawn is stripping and hitting this one. It peels off the inside edge and goes down to square leg. He's looking for it down the ground. Peel off the inside edge and on the onside there to the man at the mid-wicket bunglish coming to square to field. Here is Charles hitting this one. It's in the air. It's over the top. They've gone for 1. Will they come back for a second? They will get it. It's running close to the fence. It will not get there though. A Lake. It's not a Lake. Field and sends the return. Charles moves on by 2. He's on 3. And the total moves on to 34. 34 for 2. This is the final over of the power play. So some adjustments in the field. Long off has gone to mid off, and the mid on has gone to long on. Here is Herbert. Tosses the ball to Hunterhand. Bowls to Charles. Charles is back and steering this one to mid off. A quick single. They've gone for 1 and over misfield, and they're going to come back for a 2. And the Ashawn Hodge is going to get home very easily. And a fumble there by Garvey Lake, allowing the batsman to come back for 2 runs. So Charles is on 5. The score moves on to 36. Ashawn Hodge is on 11 and in search of 142. In search of 142 for victory. They are 36 for 2 at the same stage at the end of 6. There's a 10-run difference. 10-run difference at the same stage at the end of 6. The Pointers were 46, and they had not. They were still. The 2 openers were still at the crease. So big advantage for the Pointers. Had no wicket down, and they had 46. So it's 36 for 2. So surprised that David wasn't sent, but we're just trying to keep the left and right combination, and so Charles came before David. As I said, good evening again to the man Doc, slipping next to me. I'm gonna hear him in just a few, ball by ball. I'll be slipping out in just a while. It's going to be Northern Lake to continue. Northern Lake, right arm over the wicket. And so it's the end of the power play. So long on for a deep extra cover on the boundary. Sleep on the outside, not on the on. Asking the line was intended to move from to the right of the umpire, and he's now going on the boundary at mid-wicket. So Mossington is now going to sweep on the onside. It's Northern Lake from the Central Polyclinic end, tosses the ball from hand to hand. A very long time after the 6 over. Here is a shot from Ashan Hodge down to long off. The man Samuel Connerfield sends the return. Ashan Hodge moves on by 1. He's on 12. And the total moves on to 37. And 37 for 2. 37 for 2. Brings Charles, Akim Charles. Takes his guard now from Umpire Proctor. Fixes his does some adjustment there to his steps and wait for Northern Lake, who is coming right arm around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Mid wicket, long and long off. Deep extra cover for the left hander as well. Ball to Charles. Charles is coming forward on the squat. Coming forward and Charles getting the edge. Charles walked. Charles goes. Charles goes. Caught at the wicket of the bowling of Ashan Hodge. And a further setback. A further setback for the Razor Massive. Akeem Charles goes running forward, outside edge sprung, and Gomez takes the catch.
At the break, we spoke about the spin of the pointers, and it's come to the fore yet again. First Newman and now Northern Lake, the two frontline spinners for the pointers. They have done the job thus far. The Razor Massives, ooh, this is not the ideal situation for them to be 3 down this early and to force Akimel Rogers to come to the wicket this early.
Well, I'm not sure if David has picked up a knock or they are saving him for the later overs, for the happy hour, we will say, because there's gonna come a time when they will need that hard hitting and in the back, and so they are probably saving David and Lanville Harrigan for that time. Brings Rogers to the crease very early, earlier than they would have wanted to. So wicket number 3 going with the score on 37. Here is Rogers facing up Lake. Lake is getting one that is coming back into Rogers. No run resulting. 37 for 3. Here is Lake to go to Rogers with his delivery. Rogers is pulling to mid wicket and he's going to get one ball pitching just in front of Leon Lake. Leon Lake doing well, getting his body in the way. And ball ricocheting and not too far from him, and Rogers is off the mark. He's on 1. Ashan Hodge is on 13. Total moves on to 38. Here is Northern Lake. Ball to Hodge. He's asking Solomon to push back a bit. An extra cover to push off a bit. Here is Ashan Hodge. He's hitting this one in the air, in the gap, and that is going to go away. It doesn't matter how fast you are, Michael. You can be a car, but you can be the Michael, but not the car today.
Not quite going to get there. That was brilliantly placed by Ashan Hodge in between the long off fielder and the offside sweeper. The placement of that shot was key. He got it up and over the inner ring and it raced down the hill into the boundary for 4.
Yes. It was just Michael going at that one. Had to leave off the car on that occasion. That was a wonderful shot there by Ashan Hodge, inside out, and he got it away for 4. Ashan taps away, waits for Nardell. When Nardell gets there, Ashan is coming back and pushing it in the offside, and he's going to go for 1. Yes, both batsmen are rather fast. Rogers and Ashan Hodge on the backward point could not stop the single. Ashan moves on to 18. Rogers is on 1, and at the end of over number 7, it is 40 3, 43 for 3 in search of 142 for victory. The Razor Massive.
43 for 3 here, and I think that the wickets would be the major concern, and I think Captain Sean Hodge would want this partnership to last for maybe the next 10 overs before you can look to the likes of Kenroy David and Lanville Harrigan. But if one of these were to fall, I would suspect that it would be Rolando Wright who would be the next batsman to come in, as he would also play a role similar to these two batsmen to just consolidate the innings until the power hitters have a chance to free their arms at the death with the field a bit more relaxed. I suspect that it would be Rolando Wright or Salman Gokaran who would be the next batsman out.
Right, it's going to be Herbert. It's continue to Ashan Hodge, 43 for 3 in over number 8, about to begin. Herbert, about his run, is going to start again. Moves away, ball to Ashan Hodge. Ashan is going for a big shot. That's a lovely stroke, and that's 4. That's a superb shot. He got it to the right of the man there, the diving Solomon. Solomon on this occasion couldn't get close. Well, he needed the batman capable for that one. And it raced away over this very fast outfield for 4. Lovely shot by Ashon.
Well then, that ball was smoked through the covers. He got absolutely all of it. It stayed along the ground. Rian Solomon could barely react to it. That's a wonderful shot for 4.
And that is pumped a field change immediately. Ashan Hodge is on the go. Here is Herbert to bowl to Ashan Hodge. He's back and staring it down to vacant gully region. Gets 1. Ashan Hodge, he moves on to 23. And the total moves on to 49, sorry. 49 for 3. 49 for 3. And I must say that Kyle Mays has brought up his 100. Here is one that Rogers is pulling, and he's gonna get 1, the man at the deep forward square boundary fields. And Rogers moves to 2, and the total of 50 has been raised. It's 50. 54 3 in the course of over number 8. 54 3. At the end of this over, I'm going to take my leave, and the man Doc is going to be doing ball by ball. Here is Ashan coming forward circumspectly, bat and pad close together, which is up the offside. No run resulting. Score remains on 50. 54 3. Here is Herbert to Ashan. Ashan is getting a good one, but oh, he's going to get a run too. Good delivery. Ashan had just hooked it to a short turn. I don't know if you would call that short turn. It's more of a fly slip. Here is Herbert to bowl to Rogers. Is hitting this one for 4. That's a good shot. I don't know how he got it there. But he got it to corner for 4. That's a lovely shot.
I'll tell you how he got it there. I think he was anticipating that length because he stood with a very open stance. His leg was already cleared from in front of him. He was anticipating that length from Andrew Herbert. I think that's a problem with bowling so consistently in the T20 game. Batters can anticipate. I think that Rogers anticipated and he tugged that one and tugged it well into the cow corner gap for 4. What a shot by Akimel Rogers. Well, I can tell you that the West Indies, they are 310 for 5. Kyle Myers has brought up his century. He's 105 off 154. He's partnered by the wicketkeeper batsman Josh De Silva, who's on a 17 off 72. And they have batted well. The West Indies have a lead of 76. 3-11 for 5, their score. 3-11 for 5, as it will be North LA to continue. He will have a deep cover, long on, and the deep square leg. His men outside the circle. As here comes a leg into ball to Ashon Hodge. It's flighted. Hodge drives it down towards the long on boundary for a single. Hodge is 25. The score moves on to 56. 56 for the loss of 3 wickets. As this one will be turned to the leg side by Rogers. Down to the square leg boundary. Mussington will do the fielding. It's just a single. Rogers has looked good. He's 7. 57 the score. 57 for the loss of 3. So it will be Nordell Lake again. Over the wicket to ball to Captain Ashon Hodge, who's opening the face and guiding it towards short third man. Garvey Lake does the fielding, but they do get a single. Rotating the strike well are these 2 batters. Hodge is 26, Rogers is 7. It will be Nordell Lake over the wicket once again to bowl to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is going to be wrapped on the path there, trying to turn it into the leg side, but not out, says the umpire. Lake once again from the central polyclinic end. Over the wicket to ball to Akimel Rogers, who's down the track and chipping it in towards the vacant mid-wicket region. The man from long on gives chase, but will not get there. That is 4 more runs to Akimel Rogers.
So the score moves on to
62.
62. 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
62 for 3, and Akimel Rogers, he's hit a couple of boundaries now, looking good so far. It's going to be Nordell Lake again. Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is back and pulling down towards the deep square leg fielder, who will collect cleanly, so it's just a single. But Rogers' timing is looking a lot better today. He's timing the ball well. At the end of the over, Rogers is 12, Hodge is 26, and the Razor Massives in search of 142 for victory. They are 63 for 3.
63 for 3, Razor Massive in search of 142 for a win.
Yes, and we can see a call for the helmet to be taken from Akimel Rogers. He wants clearer vision, wants to be able to see the spinners clearly. And actually, he is going to be retaking the helmet, as it will not be a spinner from this commentary box end. It will be Delano Mussington coming back into the attack here in the middle overs. He only bowled 1 in the power play. He'll be coming back in the middle overs now. The lone pacer that has been used by the pointers thus far. You know, they also have Rian Solomon in their pace ranks. But they've opted to go for a spin and more spinning. Newman, Herbert, and Nordell Lake. We've not seen Jaden Carmichael yet either. But we know how good he is, his left arm spinner. We know how good Jaden Carmichael is. He's a wicket-taking bowler. It's going to be Akimel Rogers, the batter on strike. A deep third man, deep square leg, and a very wide long on. Pretty much a cow corner. There's no long on in place really. And they're waiting on the music to turn off to get the game restarted, because the music is still going on. The DJ has not turned off the music. And now the music is turned off. It took a lot of berating from Alkins Rogers, but music is off now, as here comes Mussington into bowl to Akimel Rogers, who's back and cutting into the gap. That's going to get at least 2 runs. The fielder slips, loses a shoe, but it doesn't cost him anymore. Just the 2 runs.
Fielder slips right out of his sneaker.
He's on to 14 now. He's on to 14. As the fielder is tying his shoe out on the cover boundary. He will stay out there. Akimel Rogers maintains strike. He's 14. As it's going to be Delano Mussington. Breaks away from us now, over the wicket, into ball to Rogers, who's opening the face and guiding it down towards a point for a single. Rogers has batted well and batted quickly. He's on 15. Captain Ashawn Hodges is still 26 scorer. 25 actually. I'm a bit ahead of myself. He's 25. Ashawn Hodges. Mussington well at the top of his mark, waiting on Ashawn Hodge to get ready. Mussington, number 1 on his back, breaks into his run, passes the umpire into ball to Ashawn Hodge. It's full, driven powerfully down towards cover, but the man on the cover boundary does the fielding. The return is going to come in, and they will get 2. It was a bit slow, the return, and allowed for Ashawn Hodge to call back Akimel Rogers for the second run. That's very good running.
Very good running there.
27 is Hodge. The score is on to 68. Scorer 68 for 3. Good partnership building between Captain Hodge and Akimel Rogers. As here comes Delano Mussington. Right arm over the wicket into ball to Ashawn Hodge. And this one is a bit fuller, but Hodge drives it towards the long off region. Northern Lake will do the fielding, but it is a single.
So the score moves on to 69 for 3.
69 for 3. The deep cover, third man, deep square leg, very wide long on and the long off, as it's going to be Mussington into ball to Rogers. Again opening the face. This time he won't get the single. Went directly to Leon Lake, the captain. The captain of the Pointers. As Mussington returns to his mark. It's going to be Mussington now. Into ball to Rogers. This one is wide outside the off stump. Rogers couldn't quite get there. That will be the over. And at the end of over number 10 scorer, at the end of over number 10, it is Razor Massives in search of 142 for victory. They are 69 for 3.
69 for 3, Razor Massive. Looking for a total of 142 after the Pointers hitting 141 for 4. So it's great time here at the JRWP. And I'd like to thank our sponsors in the meantime for coming on board and assisting us with sponsorship for the team and their members. So we'd like to thank them at this point in time. We'd like to thank Baker Gums, Lowell Hodge, Lakes World, 97.7 FM Radio, Lloyd's Live, Pass FM, Radio Anguilla, Clean Stream, Mega Charles 54, Best Buy Supermarket, Safe Cargo, Anguilla Electronics, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, Republic Bank Anguilla, Zimmy Beach Hotel, Carita Walgreen Lindum, Magical Insurance, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, American University of Anguilla, Miha J. Suda and Jerry Suda. All those I've mentioned are sponsors for this tournament, but we are still appealing to those of you who happens to come on board as yet to please do so. If you are interested in sponsoring or contributing to this tournament, the APL tournament, you can call us here at the JRWP and speak to none other than Alkins Rogers, and his number is 235-2288, and he will be glad to receive your call with your sponsorship.
Well, the West Indies, they are 315 for 5. Carl Mayers and the silver still there. Mayers is 107, the silver is 20. And the partnerships that Mayers has built with Blackwater and now with the silver have both been very crucial to giving the West Indies a lead of 81. Kyle Mayers has gotten himself back into form very quickly. He wasn't looking quite like his usual self at the bat these last couple of test matches, but all of a sudden he's just gotten himself back into form and back into form quickly. We can see the fielders making their way back into their positions, as it will be Jaden Carmichael who will be bowling the first over after the water break. Coming in from the Central Polyclinic end. We see a couple of extra fielders on the field, a couple kids, they were having a bit of fun during the water break. Looking at the field setting, it is a long on and long off in place for now. That's all there is thus far. Two fielders are at cover for some reason. No one will move into the circle. Newman, the man, is going to be coming into the circle at 8-point region. So it will be a deep square leg, really. Deep long on, deep long off, and a deep cover forming out of the circle. Carmichael, the left arm spinner, left arm off spinner, will be bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Ashon Hodge. Hodge taking his time surveying the field, and now steps to his mark, taps away. Carmichael into bowl to Ashon Hodge. Slower, Ashon Hodge goes back and pushes into the offside. Gets a single. Ashon Hodge is 30. He's on to 30. The score is on to 70. 7-0 for 3. Again, good partnership building as it's Carmichael into bowl to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is down the track and he is he stumped? Yes, he has been stumped. Brilliant walk by Randy Gomez behind the stumps. Akimel Rogers went charging, missed the ball, and brilliant walk by Randy Gomez behind the stumps, taking off the bails in a flash. Akimel Rogers has to go for 15.
So Akimel Rogers out for 15, bringing our score now to 70
Akimel Rogers has gone for 15, and in fact it will be Kenroy David coming into the wicket now. So David will be coming in, and we know how dangerous of a batter he can be. Carmichael getting a wicket quickly. Mayers is still there. 112, just struck a boundary. He's 112, batting very well. We know the last time would have played Bangladesh. We know Mayers scored a brilliant double century. A brilliant double century in partnership with Nkrumah Bana. At the end of, no, it is David Sorry who is the new batsman coming into the wicket. It will be two right-handers yet again. Captain Hodge is still there on 30. David coming in at number 6. Power hitting right-handed batsman. They still have the likes of Richard Burton and Rolando Wright and Lanville Harrigan to come. Very deep batting lineup for the Razor Massives today. David getting himself ready. Surveys the field. Same field that they had to the other right-hander Rogers. As here comes Carmichael into ball to David. First ball, he is opening the face and pushing. Stopped by Ryan Solomon at third man. It will be no run. Carmichael again. Between umpire and stumps. Into ball to Kenroy David. And David is sweeping down towards the square leg boundary, where it looks like Garvey Lake will do the fielding. It will be just a single. David off the mark, he's on 1. The score is 71, and it brings Ashon Hodge to strike. Ashon Hodge, who is on 30, will be eyeing up a half century here. It will be in the back of his mind as here comes Carmichael into ball to Hodge. Hodge is getting this one off the outer edge of the bat, and it will be taken on the cover boundary. Ashon Hodge has to go. A needless shot, a careless shot. Samuel Connor takes the catch. The captain has been dismissed for 30.
Now that was a bad shot. He did not go all through. He just tried to steer that ball, and he's not watching the bounce from the wicket there. That one bounced at him, and he was already committed to the shot. And the ball went high in the air, and that was a well-judged catch taken by Samuel Connor.
So it's going to be Richard Burton, I believe, the new batter.
Yes, the shot, yes, the shot.
The main figure of Richard Burton. You know, he would have opened the batting last year for the Razor Massives.
And he performed very well in that position last year.
Yes, and we know he's another batsman who's very strong, square of the wicket. Likes to cut, likes to pull, likes to sweep.
That was a very bad shot, and to see that you just lost a wicket in the same over, and then you just go and you give it up. Sometimes it seems as though it's the norm that after the strategic break, 2 wickets.
After the water break, wickets fall. It seems to be the norm. It's become a trend really throughout this tournament. Wickets falling after the water break.
Seems as though the fieldsmen make sure that they're well refreshed and come back with lots of energy.
Or maybe the batsmen lose concentration. Because we saw even in the earlier games, Akeem Saunders was going so well, and the first ball after the water break, he chipped one straight to mid-wicket. It has happened time and time again. Batters giving away their wickets right after the water break. I guess that break just makes them lose their concentration and their focus.
So therefore, when you come back, you can try to set back in.
Carmichael into ball to David. Pushing down to long on, he will get a single. We'll have some football action for you coming up, and scheduled to be 15 minutes time, but it probably will be a late start. It's going to be a big game. The attackers, they'll be taking on the Docks United. But at the end of this over, that is the end of the 11th over. It is the Razor Massives 73 for 4.
And they're looking for 142 to win this game. So they're what, 69 runs away and 9 overs remaining. It is achievable. We still have Lanville Harrigan in the pavilion, and with 9 overs, 9 nines, 81. Some power hitting. You never know. Game of cricket, game of glorious uncertainties. So the new batter we have there, it will be, no, not Burton. Burton is not taking strike because David will be taking strike. and the bowler from this end will be Mussington.
So it will be Delano Mussington continuing. Mussington bowling his right arm at pace. Into his third over now. They're facing the power hitting Kenroy David. David has a very spread field, a typical spread field. Just 4 men inside the circle. Mussington over the wicket, into ball to Kenroy David. Drives it down towards long on. Garvey Lake comes across and does the fielding, but they will get two. Will they get two? Yes, they do get the two. It was close. There was an appeal for a run out, but Richard Burton got home in the end.
Yes, he's very quick between the wickets. He was coming to the danger end, saw Garvey with the ball in his hand, but he still took his chances and he was home, was safely home.
Well, I don't quite know what number Orlando Wright will be batting at because he's currently not padded up down in the Razor Massive's dugout. It's going to be Mussington into ball to David. As he's going to push it down towards the offside region and to get a single.
It seemed to me, Doc, that right now the norm is you're going to push, and as long as there's room, you're going to push for your singles. Remember, 6 runs from 6 balls, from an over is 6 runs. A run per ball. But you need more than that at this stage.
Trying to get a sneak peek as to who may be coming in next for the Razor Massives. There's no Wright padded up, there's no Lanville Harrigan padded up. Not quite sure who will be coming in next. It may be Gokaran.
Could be.
It may be Solomon Gokaran. I'm not seeing him down there from my vantage point. Maybe somewhere out of my visual range. Richard Burton for the first time, facing Delano Mussington. Mussington over the wicket, into ball to Burton. Burton is getting this one, tucking it off the body. Don't know if he made contact or if it hit him. But in the end, they do scamper through for 1. Scores on to 77. Burton has his first run. Mussington over the wicket to Kenroy David. David is driving aerially, but it will fall well short of Garvey Lake, who misfields and gives away another run. That will be 2. That should have only been 1.
Yes, coming in and took it on 1 bounce, and then the ball went through his hand.
This brings David back on to strike. Mussington, 0-1 on his back, runs away from us now, into ball to Kenroy David, and David is driving straight to short extra cover where Leon Lake, who's pretty much been stood there all game, does the fielding. Hasn't moved from short extra cover at all for this game. Mussington turns now. Top of is a very diminished run. He's in now to ball to David, who's heaving and has been knocked over.
What was that?
Kenroy David trying to heave, as Charlie Hodge would say, he was cutting cane. Completely missed that one, and he has been knocked over. Off stump, rocked back. Another unnecessary shot. Kenroy David goes for 5. Razor Massives in deep, deep trouble. It is a 79 for 5.
Yes, for six. That was a terrible shot. All he had to do there is just come forward and play the ball on his smirk. But he had a mighty heave, missed completely, and the off stump was knocked back.
Well, as we did suspect, it is Solomon Gokaran who is the new batsman?
Because you could push the ball around, easy get 2 runs. As I said before, 1 full bat, 6 balls, you get 6 runs. Occasionally you're going to get the boundary. So just come forward, push the ball. Not everything you try to hit on over the boundary. But as we know, the game of cricket, 20 overs. And Doc, as I observed when I returned, that the pointers, they fared badly. Because when we left, they had a very good score when I left. 61 or 68 somewhere around about there, 70 odd fighting for 2 wickets.
At the 10, they were 61 for 1.
For 1, yes, I recall that. And they ended up 142.
141.
141. So they just added what, 80 more runs?
And the second innings there, they were really bogged down by the bowling of Akeem Charles and Sherwin Peters, who restricted the run rate. And then when Kenroy David came into the attack, he did the same. And it took a bit of big hitting from Tariq Newman, and in all actuality, for them to get to that 141. As it looks like Randy Gomez will be taking his leave from today's game. Leon Lake will be taking over wicket-keeping duties. You know, Gomez, he plays with the attackers in the AFL, and they have a game in a few minutes. He's running right across the road. Just makes it into the stadium just now, as his team has gone into the dressing room to get ready for their encounter with the Ducks United. It's a big game that they have, so he has to be there for his team. Gomez takes his leave from this one, and Cardigan Connor, I believe, comes onto the field, and Lake takes up the wicket-keeping duties.
You know, I remember Saunders. I don't remember what was his first name. He used to play baseball and I think football, and they never clash in the United States. They never clash.
Baseball and football.
Yes.
I know
yes. He was a Saunders. I don't remember his first name. Deion Sanders.
Yes, it's Deion
right.
Sanders.
Deion Sanders, yes.
Yes, and what he did well is that he played for 2 franchises in Atlanta. He played for the Atlanta Falcons, and he played American football and played for the Atlanta Braves when he played baseball. Yeah. So he was able to play the 2 sports pretty simultaneously, where he would play football in the morning, then come down in the evening time and play some baseball for the Braves.
And he was very good at that.
He was very good at both. We've not had many multi-sport athletes, but when we have had them, they have been some special athletes.
They're not missing any cricket. Well, they have resumed now.
Carmichael is in now to bowl to Richard Burton. This one outside the line of the off stump. Burton leaves it. Leon Lake can't stop it. We get a single and a wide, so 2 wides.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting partnership here, Doc, Gookaram and Burton. And we know Burton can hit the ball. Last season, he was an open bat and he played some very nice shots. So let's see what Gookaram is going to do with Burton there.
You know, Gookaram, he has some good power as well. Typical of all of the Guyanese players here in Anguilla, really. They all possess some serious power. Gookaram, the wicket-keeper batsman.
141. There's a massive looking for 142 for victory.
He's from Anguilla.
I know, but he's coming from Guyana. He's from the Guyana. It's going to be Jaden Carmichael to continue to the new batter in Solomon Gookaram. Carmichael now around the wicket to Gookaram, who's driving down towards short extra for no run. And again now Carmichael to Gookaram. This one trying to get behind a point, but good fielding by Delano Mussington. Once again, no run. Carmichael for the third time now into ball to Solomon Gokaran. That's a much more elegant drive in towards the cover region. Gets a single. Gokaran off the mark. The score on to 82. 82 for 6.
82 runs for 6 wickets. I give it over to
This is over number 12.
This is the 12th over bowling. Carmichael into ball to, but sorry, the 13th over bowling, as it's Burton who turns it into the leg side. 13th over bowling here by Ajay Carmichael.
12 overs is gone.
Carmichael over the wicket into ball to Richard Burton. But down the track, down towards the mid-wicket region, you're not going to get their fielders. That will be 4 runs to Richard Burton.
Yes, as we mentioned earlier, Doc, when Burton gets going, he hits the ball very, very well. Well, that's a good shot there from him. So that's another 4 added to the total.
86 for 6. Chasing 142 for victory.
You see Skipper Leon Lake there making some adjustments, trying to make some adjustments to his field. It seemed as though he decided to change his mind and he's calling his ball outside the off stump.
As here comes Carmichael into ball to Burton. On ball, Burton turning it. And luckily for him, the fielder didn't quite collect cleanly there. They get a single, and that will be the end of the 13th over. And at the end of 13, it's 87 for 6.
A good over there for the Razor Massive, getting some 7 runs from that over. And the approach now, you have 7 overs left to get what, 60 runs or so, and you'll have to make sure that you push the ball around. The odd boundary is going to come, but your 1s and 2s right now are very important.
Well, on the regional side of things in St. Lucia, West Indies, they are 340 for 5. Again, Mayors and the Silver still there. The Silver's 27, Mayors is 125.
Has been completed. 87 for 6.
The batting by these 2 West Indian batters. And Mayors again showing why the selectors keep their faith in him. When he's not doing it with the bat, he's doing it with the ball. And he's done it with both in this test match so far. They have a lead right now of 105. The West Indies, a lead of 105. It's Mussington over the wicket into ball to Richard Burton. This one outside the line of the off stump. And it's going to be a wide, initially called by batter Burton, and then the umpire said, yes, I agree with you, that is a wide.
Yes, from our viewpoint here, Doc, you can see that was way out of Burton's reach. Way out of his reach.
It's going to be Mussington once again into ball to Richard Burton, and to this delivery, Burton is yorked. Can only dig it out of the block hole. Again, no run.
When Mussington gets that ball, especially that quick yorker, you better get that bat in time. Get that bat there in time.
Mussington once again, he's into ball to Richard Burton. Again a yorker, again has to dig it out, and again it will be no run. Good over thus far by Delano Mussington. Field is spread, but Burton can't pick the gaps with the good bowling of Delano Mussington thus far. He now brings his mid on into the circle to keep the pressure on. He's sending his fine leg back. I think he's anticipating maybe an inside edge, as Burton may go for a heave. He's anticipating an inside edge or a top edge.
I think he's going to bowl a short one.
Mussington into ball to Burton. And this one comes off the outside edge, not the inside edge. It's down to third man. The fielder takes care of it. It's just a single.
I think that the batter realized that he's going to pitch something. He's going to do something with that special delivery. but it moved away from him. He went at it, bang, but the wicketkeeper way far from the wicketkeeper, so going down to the third man boundary only for a single.
So now the third man comes into the circle, but it's a very unorthodox field. A deep third man and a short third man. Mussington into ball and it's driven just past the outstretched man at a short extra cover. Gokaran gets a single. Gokaran on to 3. And the score on to 90. That stumps here in St. Lucia. West Indies end the day 340 for 5. The lead of 106. Mayors 126. The silver 26. Mussington into ball to Richard Burton. Down the leg side, it will be called and signaled a wide. So good day of cricket by the West Indies. They have a lead and something to build on going into tomorrow's play. 340 for 5, lead of 106. Delano Mussington, right arm over the wicket, into ball to Richard Burton. Burton is clipping it straight to short mid wicket. No run.
That's a shot he plays very well, but his timing is not there.
It is going to be Delano Mussington. Right arm over the wicket. He's into ball to Richard Burton. As it's misfielded and it will be a single.
That's a bad miss because the batters gave up not going for the single, and the ball just eluded the fielder and they were able to get that run. That's another tight over there from Delano. And we see there's some discussion there in the mid-wicket between the captain and one of his bowlers. So some 80, the score is 82?
92.
92. So 92 and 8 is 142. So that's about 50 more runs needed.
50 more runs needed.
So it will be Tariq Newman back into the bowling attack. Newman, the left arm spinner. Left arm off spinner. He will be bowling to the left-handed Richard Burton. It's going to be a deep cover, long off, long on, a deep middle wicket. The men out of the circle. Short cover in place. Newman into Burton, who's pulling it down towards the square leg region. Fielder comes across, returns it back to the bowler's end. Well, pretty much between the bowler and the keeper's end. It will be 2 runs to Richard Burton. Score has moved on to 94 as it's Tariq Newman and again a left arm over the wicket into ball to Burton. This one is a faster delivery. It's down the leg side. They will get one. They are looking for the second and they will get the second. I think Burton stopped thinking it would go for 4. But in the end, it will be 3 wides.
And there we see Cardigan Connor chasing that one down to the boundary.
It's the player coach who is in as Randy Gomez had to take his leave. Newman over the wicket to Burton, who's back and cutting. Oh, brilliant. Oh, that is brilliant fielding. That's super from Jaden Carmichael, I believe.
Moving quickly to his right and stop probably 2 runs because there's a sweeper on the boundary.
Stopped a couple runs at least. Here comes Newman. He's into ball to Richard Burton, who's down the track, turning into the leg side. Just a single. A good fielding by Samuel Connor.
Yes, Samuel Connor is very good out in the deep. He moves quickly. That ball was struck quite firmly, and he was able to get in and limit the batsman, restrict the batters to 1 run.
It's going to be Newman once again. He is into ball to Solomon Gokaran. Gokaran is back and cutting, but straight to Cardigan Connor there at third man. No runner. The scoring has slowed to almost a halt. 98 for 6. 98 for 6.
98 for 6.
No Langville Harrigan yet. I don't think Langville Harrigan has ever batted this low in his life.
Perhaps he's waiting to see what can happen.
Newman into ball to Gokarana. Wrapped on the pads there, but not out, says the umpire. Going down leg. It seemed to be an arm ball, really. And it was always drifting down leg.
Yes, from our viewpoint, we can see that, yes, it was the arm ball coming right across the right-hand batsman, drifting as we observed.
Newman, he's in again to bowl to Solomon Gokarana. Opening the face, guiding it past the short third-man fielder. Single. 20 over. The Razor Massives in search of 142. They are 99 for 6.
99 for 6 leaves us with what? Another 43 runs.
Yeah.
But we remind listeners, Jerry Suda, Mayor J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Najiko Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live, 97.7 FM, Lakes World, Lovell Hodge, and Baker Gums. If you would like to join us in sponsoring at prize or anything, 235-2288, and we're glad to have you aboard. Don't forget, tomorrow, we will continue here tomorrow. 15 overs completed. 99 is the score. Going for
142.
target is 142, so another 43 runs or so from the next 5 overs. Well, the bowler is going to be Carmichael, and he's going to bowl to Gokaram. Well spread field. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 men outside the circle. And he goes now to bowl to Gokaram. And he's going at that one, and he's missed there. Seems as though that he's missed stump. As the bowler is annoyed there. That one was outside the stump. He went for the big drive and he missed completely. So it's Carmichael the bowler. It's Carmichael from this day. Northern commentators booth end. Seems as though that Leon Lake took that one in his fingers and he's doing some repairs there to his gloves. Arm is out, arm extended out there by umpire Keithley Lake. As it is Carmichael now, moves away from us now to bowl to Gokaram. There's a third man, and he goes now to bowl to Gokaram. He's flighting and Gokaram is count down the wicket, coming down, push it back to the bowler, he feels well, and there is no run. 99 for that one is down the leg side, is straightening up, and he took an edge, and they should get at least 2, but they settled for 1. So the signal comes there from the umpire, and the score moves on to 100. The score is now 100
For 6.
for 6. 100 for 6. It will be Carmichael to bowl to Burton.
When you're talking cricket, be careful.
Gokaram is on 6 and Burton is on 11 and Gokaram on 6. As it will be
Bookerang on 6, Bolton on 11.
as Carmichael making some adjustments to his field. He's over the wicket now to bowl to Burton, who is on 11. And he goes to Burton outside the off stump, and Burton is pulling at that one, misses completely, and wicketkeeper take it, but unable to do the stumping.
The score names 100 for 6, meaning they're looking for another 42 runs in order to win this game this evening here at the JRW.
101 for 6.
101 for 6. Burton moves on to 12
Bolton on 12,
and Gokaram on 6.
Bookerang on 6.
And Gokaram is running very, very slow. He's running very, very slow because he took his time, he almost run out there.
16 is bowling. Richard Burton is there.
As Carmichael round the wicket now to bowl to Gokaram. And he's coming forward, he's hitting that one nicely. It's in the air, but away from the fieldman, and they're going for 2. No, they changed their mind and almost had a run out there.
Almost had a run out. It's a run out.
No, it is a run out.
It's a run out.
Gokaram, I just mentioned that he was running very casual and was not able to get back into his wicket there, and he was run out. A very good throw there from the fielder down there. As I mentioned earlier, Gokaram running very, very casual, and he was there, but his bat was not grounded. So that's another setback for the Razor Massive. 101 for 7.
An awful mistake there by Gokaram, you know.
Yes, very, very terrible mistake. As the over before, while he was running there along with Burton, he was very casual in getting in, and they almost had him run out the last run they took. But this time he was really, really casual and was out of his ground. And and the umpire was right there, had no choice but to raise the dreaded finger. So another setback, 101 for 7, needing another 41 runs from 4.5 overs also.
101 for 7.
We had a good crowd here today, but nonetheless, we are looking forward to tomorrow when we will have, I think, the Beamers coming up against.
Tomorrow the Beamers will play the Foreign Stars.
Foreign Stars, Beamers against Foreign Stars. Right.
And the game is scheduled to start at 12:45. So we want to see the game start from the beginning to the end. So be here at the RWP at 12:45.
Yes, and we are hoping to have a good match tomorrow because the Beamers say they are coming back with vengeance. I mean, they won the last match, so they are coming back with vengeance because they were beaten by the Foreign Stars in the last match. So it will be, I think, Newman will be coming from the Central Polyclinic end, and he'll be bowling to the new batsman, who is the new batter, who is pardon? Who? Right is the new batter. As Newman into bowl to right. That one is outside the off stump coming back. Allowed appeal there by the wicketkeeper, and not out, says the umpire. That's right, just coming forward. He was beaten by that delivery, and Leon Lake taking the ball and appealing. As Newman, and he comes now to bowl to right. And that was outside the off stump, and Wright is trying to swipe. He missed and is taken by the wicket keeper. Wow, wow. Seems as though that these batters now, they are panicking. The target is 142, it's 101. 101 for 7. As Newman, you see right there, looking around the field once more as the captain makes some adjustment, no doubt from that last shot that was played by Wright. As Newman from the polyclinic end, he comes now, so on the center stump, he's coming forward, push it there, the man from extra cover comes in field, but cannot prevent a run. So Wright is on 1, and the score is 102 for 7. Wright on 1, Burton is on 12.
He gave to some of the pointers, but he just wake up, he just arrived. I can't believe that.
So Razor Massive will need 100, that they will need 40 runs in order to win this game this evening.
Newman, that he flies that one, and Burton is getting it into the onside, a misfield there, and they're coming back now for the second run. That was a full toss down the leg side, and Burton completely missed time and was able to get 2 runs. Had he taken full advantage, would have been better. It's 104 for 7. Burton is now on to 14. Wright is on 1. As Newman, in he comes now to bowl to Burton. Outside the off stump, and Burton is he out? Yes. Yes, he's out. He's out. He was stumped there. He was stumped going down the wicket, missed completely, and he was stumped there by Leon Lake. So Burton goes for 14. It's another problem here for the Razor Massive, 104 for 8. And we see Lanville Harrigan going down now to take strike. No doubt Burton could have stayed around and pushed the ball, but he opted to go down the track, missed completely, and he was stumped by Leon Lake.
So the score is now 104 for 8, and we're now into the
17th over, right? Yes.
17th over, which means the Razor Massive is now looking, trying rather to make an additional 38 runs in order to win this game this afternoon.
And from just about 3.5 overs.
I don't think that is possible, but
it's possible. It's probable, but maybe not possible. With Lanville, Lanville have to do some power hitting out there.
Oh, he's got to make a miracle happen.
With 8 wickets down, it's Lanville out there, and last hope, I think, because it's Lanville out there.
Lanville Harrigan.
And the other batsman is
National player, he was Irish national player. Lanville Harrigan. Can he make it happen for them? You have to witness it.
So it will be Newman around the wicket to bowl to Lanville Harrigan. Outside the off stump, and Lanville is flashing at that one, and it's a wide call by the umpire. Wide call by the umpire. An appeal went up by the captain there, but umpire will have none of it and made sure that he called a no ball, a wide. As Newman now into bowl to Lanville Harrigan. This one is on the center stump, and Harrigan is coming forward. Drop the ball, and ball ricochets into the onside, and that's the end of over number 17 with the score 105 for 8. 105 for 8, the target being 142 for the win here by Razor Massive. Good going so far, and hope that by the pointers, needing another 2 wickets or so, and 18 deliveries to get some 37 runs, which is like 2 runs per ball. But can it happen? As White, is it White? Right, yes, it will be Right. Will be facing the bowling of, I think, Carmichael. Carmichael will pick up the attack again from the northern end. Recapping that the pointers from their allotted overs got 141 and leaving the Razor Massive to get 142 to win. As Wright takes his guard from umpire Keith Lake, and he'll be going around the wicket to the right arm right. Wright is on 1. As Carmichael now moves away from us into bowl to right. So outside the off stump, and he's driving that up to the sweeper, and they're going to take 1. Yes, only 1. So the score moves on to 106, and Wright is now on to 2. Lanville Harrigan will be facing Wright Carmichael for the first time in this inning. So we need another 36 runs from 17 legitimate balls. As Carmichael moves away from us into bowl to Harrigan. Harrigan is not yet off the mark. And he's going a big heave at that one, missed completely, and the ball was taken by the keeper, but no damage done. Not using his feet, Harrigan just stood there and took a big swing, missed completely, and Leon Lake, the wicketkeeper, took it, removed the base, but Harrigan was well grounded. 106 for 8. We're into over number 18. As Carmichael moves away from us now into bowl to Lanville Harrigan, not yet off the mark. Outside the off stump, and Harrigan is hitting that one straight down the ground, and they seem like they're going to look for 2. Yes, it will be safely home for 2 runs, hitting it straight back over the bowler's head, and Harrigan is off the mark with 2, and the score moves on to 108. 108 for 8. Nice shot there by Lanville Harrigan. Was airborne, but way from the bowler himself. As Carmichael again into bowls to Harrigan. Side the off stump, and Harrigan is getting back. Plays it straight to the man who is coming in sweeper, but the man from extra cover moves around, picks it up, and they get 1 run. So Harrigan is on to 3, and it's 109 for 8, and we're into over number 18. As Carmichael moves away from us now into bowl to Wright. And Wright is coming down, and Wright is playing that one. Oh yes, the ball is eluding the man there at third man, and it was going to go close to the boundary, and no, it slowed down, so they were able to get 2 runs. They started for the run, but he was stopped by Harrigan, and the ball eluded the man at third man, and they were able to get 2 runs. So Wright is on to 5, and the score is on to 111. 1-1-1 for 8. And he's playing that one, ball bouncing back at him, misses, and there's no run. So after 18 overs, the score is 111 for 8. Harrigan.
After 18 overs, it's 111 for 8. 18 overs has been completed.
Harrigan is how many?
11 for 8.
Harrigan is 3.
Harrigan is on 3. And Wright.
Wright is on 5.
He's on 5.
Wright on 4. Wright is on 4. Harrigan is 3, and Wright is on 4.
100.
1-1-1. Score 1-1-1 for 8. And we're into over number 18.
Reach to the finish line.
This number 18 now. This number 19, this is the penultimate over. So we have 12 deliveries to get some 31 runs. Can it happen here? Can it happen? Harrigan will be facing, and it seems as though the bowler is Northern Lake. Yes, Northern Lake will be the bowler. A very tricky bowler is Northern Lake. You'll have to watch him closely. But Harrigan has nothing to lose, because you get the 31 runs, and you don't get them. You have 2 wickets left. So all you have to do is go all out to see if we can get the runs and win this game. We see Skipper Lake is making some adjustments to the field, and he's calling in the close fields man. But knowing Landville Garrigan can hit the ball hard, and Landville is going to go hard and see if he can get at least 20 runs from this over. But it's for us to see what happens. So it will be Northern Lake, and we'll be bowling to Landville Harrigan. Landville Harrigan is on 3, and Wright is on 4. As Northern Lake, he comes now to bowl to Landville, and Landville is hitting that one. No, he's not hitting. Landville is out. I think Landville is stumped. Landville is stumped. So it seems as though we see the other batter is coming off the field, which means that that is the end of the innings with 111, the final score for the Razor Massive, the Blowing Pointers, winning this game by some 31 runs.
30.
By 30 runs. Was a very good match indeed. The Razor Massive, they held on to the Blowing Pointers, limited them to 141, and then the Pointers now limiting them to 111, winning this game by some 30 runs. So tomorrow we'll be back here when we'll have the Beamers taking on the Foreign Stars. So we'd like to thank you for listening here with us today. On behalf of our commentators, Zulma O, The Doc, Millington, and yours truly, Renford Kelsick, handing you back to the studios, inviting you to join us tomorrow right here from the James Strong Webster Park, and not forgetting our scorers and our audit men here, Mussington and the
scorer.
Not the scorer, but Mega Charge 54. I am Renford Kelsick saying ciao from Webster Park until tomorrow at 12:45. Over now to our respective studios. What is your want? What you want? Oh, you want no food?
No, I want food. I hungry.
No, I ask you what you want.
What you want?
What you want?
If they got fish, I'd love that, but...